Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Oh, I realized maybe I should be in this view to talk about this. There we go. How is everyone today? We're going to do the most voted on puzzle in a second, which is going to be this puzzle by Derektionary. But first, it seemed like there's an appropriate zetamath does story time thing to start with. So I'm going to start with zetamath does story time. This is one of my puzzles. This is vignettes. So this is the first puzzle, at least that I'm aware of, that used the word doubler. So it uses doublers in this sort of like collection of 6x6s. You can notice on this page, if you look at it, that this puzzle has been solved like 30 times. And the reason why I bring this up is because yesterday, Ranksk did this puzzle on his stream. And in the process of doing it, Ranksk noted that there was an option floating around in box 5 over here that I had not considered before, I believe. I'm 85+% sure that I just missed this case. And funnily enough, Memerister had also streamed this, and I know Memerister missed this case. The person who I should note is the day before Ranksk was going to feature this puzzle, as it happened, KNT messaged me to ask about this, and I saw a step that KNT had missed, but it did not actually, once seeing Ranksk solve it, it didn't actually solve this. So I don't know how many people figured out, how many people noticed this, but I think an enormous number of people who solved this puzzle, including myself, missed a very specific combination in this box, which then made the puzzle much, much harder than I intended it to be. I mean, the puzzle was never going to be super easy since it involved 6 interlocking grids, but that step certainly, it was avoidable. It wasn't avoidable, but it was surmountable. It's not that the puzzle wasn't unique. But anyway, so I might be in a position that I'm not sure I've ever been in before, where I might go back and add a clue to a puzzle I published months ago, it was July, apparently, to sort of fix that. But anyway, I enjoyed the fact that there is this one sort of logical error that I think an enormous percentage of the people who solved this puzzle, including myself, made when solving it. But anyway...
I missed it too.
I think so. I'm pretty sure. Who knows? I mean, maybe, who knows? Let's see. I should hold up Zach because my camera is getting yellow. But Zach often whitens the camera for us, among his many other talents. All right. So anyway, that was just something. But anyway, sorry to Ranksk for the 45 minutes that error cost the stream yesterday. But anyway, onward to other things, which should hopefully be brighter. We always start with the puzzle that has been most voted on by my supporters. So those of you who support me on Patreon or on YouTube at an appropriate level. Oh, thank you. There we go. I think my camera's a little zoomed in too, isn't it? This is probably, you probably don't want this much zeta. This is probably just a smidge too much zeta. One moment, let me zoom out just a smidge. How about that much zeta? That's probably better. Excellent. All right, so we always start with the puzzle that's voted on by the people who support at the windmill level or higher on either Patreon or YouTube. So if you want to support us on Patreon or YouTube, you can do that for the lowest level is $5 a month, I want to say. Tristan can confirm if I am wrong. But then if you go to the level above that, then you get the ability to see all the puzzles that I have that I might do in the bucket, and you can vote on it as well. So if you're interested in doing that either on Patreon or YouTube, you can go to patreon.com/zetamath, or you can click the join button down below. If you join on YouTube, in addition, you get the bonus that you get the little green screen name like Math Pesto is showing off there with a little windmill next to it. And you also get access to a bunch of fancy Zach emotes, as well as other things. like the lesser used Zeta facepalm emote. Hey, Glurkt. Welcome, welcome. Alrighty, so let us look at this Derektionary puzzle. So we have normal Sudoku rules. We also have normal thermo rules. So the digits on a thermo have to go up. So, oops, I should turn my keypad on. Will not work well if I do not turn the keypad on. It'll be a very long stream. So these numbers have to start at the smallest and then get larger as you go along the thermo. But additionally, these thermos are also what I would call a double arrow. So it's always the case that the sum of the first and last digit along the thermo is the sum of the other digits on the thermo. So 1 plus 9 is 2 plus 3 plus 5. Okay. So this is the sort of 2 clues in 1 style puzzle. I think Skunkworks has a whole pack of 2 clues in 1 type puzzles. This could have been the double arrow thermo puzzle for that. Alrighty. So let's get started. And so we're going to start with just thermo stuff. And so my first question is, where does 1 go in row 3? And then 1 in row 3. Oh, by the way, that's right. Bet tree is row 5, column 7. So my first observation is that in row 3, I need to put a 1 somewhere. And I can't put a 1 partially along a thermo ever. So the 1 is at least is in row 3 is in box 1. Which puts some pressure on this thermo. And exactly the same thing is true in row 7. We also get a 1 along there. Now, less conveniently for notation, 9 is also restricted to one of 2 places in row 3, because 9 I also can't put partially along a thermo. 9 always has to go at the end. So I'm going to flash these yellow and say one of these is a 9, because again, I can't put a 9 in any of these other places. And in this row, 9 is in one of these 2 places. I'll flash those blue just to mark that I'm pencil marking there for the row. All right, so we've got those. Let's see. Now, does knowing that the 1 is over here tell me anything super exciting about any of these other instances? I don't think so. It tells me that this is more than 1. But I don't quite want to goodlift a thermo that's only 4 cells long, even if the top one can't be 1. Let's see, this one similarly seems a little bit suspect to goodlift. Let's see. And I can do parity things, like I know this sums to an even total, but that's certainly not going to be helpful in my current state of affairs. So I think maybe I actually am really going to goodlift this. So, okay. Okay, let's ask the question, if this isn't a 1, what's the minimum these 3 cells sum to? I think that's the right question. If this is not a 1, then this digit's at least a 3. And so then the minimum sum of these 3 digits on this thermo is 3, 4, 5, which is 12. Of course, this digit's at most a 9. And so then this digit would have to be at least a 3. So actually, that's not going to work. So if this digit isn't a 1, it can't be a 2 either. And then it's only going to get worse if it becomes a 3, right? If this digit's a 3, now the minimum here is 4, 5, 6. These now need to sum to 15. And now I can't possibly make these 2 sum to 15. So this can't be a 3. And if we keep going, we're just going to make this worse. So if this is a 4, now these go 5, 6, 7 at minimum. This is at least 18. And now that's just not possible. This could never be a 5 because these 2 are never going to sum to 18. Okay, so this digit can't not be a 1. And so we get a digit. That's a 1. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Yeah, the Judith says it the way I was sort of internally thinking about it, but I didn't want to quite articulate out loud, which is that raising the bulb by 1 raises the sum of the other 3 by 3. And so raising the thing by 1 and the other by 3 is not going to do good things. So we get our fancy 1 dance. Woo! 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 Ba-doop. Ba-da-ba-ba-dup. Ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Woo! Woo! Ba, ba, ba-da-ba. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And once we realize that, we get exactly the same thing over down here, which is that now has to be a 1 as well for exactly the same reason. And so now what's the minimum this cell could be? Because these are now minimum 2, 3, 4, which is 9. So this has to be an 8 or a 9 only. Similarly down here. Ah! And now look at that. That's an 8, 9 pair. Because again, the minimum these sum to is 9. So in order to get these to sum to at least 9, I need to make this at least an 8. But now I have an 8, 9 pair in the column. Okay. Also, the most these can sum to is 10. So this can't possibly be a 3. Because if this were a 3, again, we'd go 3, 4, 5. That would be minimum 12. That's not possible. So actually, in both cases, this has to be a 2. And I bet the same is going to work here. If this was not a 3, these would be at least 4, 5. That would make the thing sum to at least 11. That's not going to work. So that's a 3, and that's a 3. And then these are a 4, 5 pair. So we have pairs everywhere. So we now have the 4, 5 pair in the column. We've got a 3 over here somewhere, just by sudoku. I'm going to go ahead and write in what these digits can be, since they can only be 4 things, and then see if we can do anything with that. 1, 2, they can't be 3, they can't be 4, 5, they could be 6, 7, and they can't be 8, 9. Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 6, 7, which is, I suppose, interesting in the broadest sense. Let's see. So there's a lot of thermos now that can't have 1 on the bulb, because this 1 sees those. Okay. Almost exactly the same story is going to happen with these length 5 thermos, actually. Because these length 5 thermos are going to be subject to the same restriction. If this were a 2, this would be at least 3, 4, 5. And that's too many. And then making this more than 2 is going to be worse. So actually, these also both have to be 1 in order to make that work. So these are not 1. And I think we're going to actually get more digits along them as well for the same reason. Because again, if this wasn't a 2, it would be at least a 3, 4, 5 along here. And the maximum, again, I can make this is now 10. So actually, by the same argument, I can actually copy the 2 and the 3. And I can copy this 2 and the 3. And then I'm going to get a 4, 5 here. And an 8 or a 9 here. From, again, exactly the same logic that we've already done. So that's not a 2. That's not a 2. And so I now know a triple in the middle. These are a 1, a 2, and a 3, actually. And yeah, that is a very cool opening. I like this logic. So now 1 is placed in row 8. Can't go there because of the 1 in the column. So 1 in row 8 is there. I bet similarly 1 in row 2 is there. 3 in row 9. Is anything interesting happening? Oh, no. Okay, let's do... Yeah, 3 in row 9 is going to be down here somewhere, but it can't be there. So 3 in row 9 is in one of those 2 places. I'm wondering if this could be as high as 4, but I don't think I need to think about that yet. 3 is in one of these 2 places up here. While we think about it. This box and this box have an 8-9 pair, which I noticed but didn't say out loud, but I think I probably should have given it more credit than I did at the time that I... Okay, so this thermo bulb isn't a 1, 2, or 3. That's probably a thing I should look at. So this is at least a 4. What if it's more than a 4? What if this is a 5? 5 seems possible. Actually. So just at the barest, let's just good lift this because now this is restricted enough. I'm willing to engage in good lifting. So 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, and so exactly as Judith points out, it can be as high as 6, 7, 8, 9. But there's a 4, 5 pair in this row. And so because of the 4, 5 pair, that can't be a 5. So this is at least a 6. So because that's at least a 6, this can't be a 6. And because this is now at least a 7, that can't be a 7. So we get that. Let's see. So let's do exactly the same thing up here, but without the 4, 5 pair. The 4, 5 pair here is looking at a different... No, the 4, 5 pair is going to be looking at exactly the same spot. This is at least 4, this is at least 6, 7, and at least 8. This is at most 9, at most 8, at most 7, and so at most 6. So same story up here. So we have that. Now 9, okay. So now where is 9 going in row 2? Well, 9 in row 2 can only go in these two places because there's an 8, 9 pair in box 2, remember. So I'm going to mark those as being, one of those is the 9. This is not symmetrical with the bottom, by the way, because the bottom in row 8, there's actually 3 spots that the 9 could go. But that's enough restriction on 9s that I now know the 9 over here is up here, which I guess I already knew. Okay, now it's also interesting that this cell is at least 4, actually. Because the fact that this cell is at least 4 means that these two are at least 4, 5. I guess also this can't be a 1 or a 2. So that's interesting. Okay, let me good lift this thermo now. Okay, so this is at... Oh, sorry. So at minimum, this is 3, 4, 5, 7. Note it can't be 3, 4, 5, 6, because that would break this cell. So the minimum is 3, 4, 5, 6. At maximum, this is 9, 8... Sorry, not 9, 8. 9, 8 would break that cell. So at minimum, it is 9, 7, 6, 5. And so I think the middle digit here is 4, 5, 6, and 8. If I fill those in. But now we can think about, is there any sort of like combination that definitely doesn't work here? Let's see, Jim says 3, 4, 5, 7 doesn't work. I'm not quite sure which of the many possible things that could break it's breaking. I'm currently just squinting at things over here. Okay. This being 7 seems plausible. You're just saying my minimum wasn't really the minimum. But I can't use that logic. That would lead me to an incorrect deduction, Jim. If I marked the minimum considering this other rule, I wouldn't be good lifting the thermo. So I can say you're correct. This can't really be 7. I can get rid of that. Because if this was 7, it would have to be 3, 4, 5, 7. But I needed to include the 7 when I was good lifting it. But that gets us an 8, 9 pair. It is a good point to Jim, by the way. That is, I'm not disagreeing with Jim about the substance of the claim. 3, 4, 6, 7 works. Oh, sorry. Okay, maybe I am actually, as chat points out, no, right? Because this could be 3, 4, 6, 7. Okay, got it. Never mind. Okay. So that is not going to give us an 8, 9 pair. It says row 2, column 2 can't be a 5. If this were a 5, this would go 5, 4, 3, and then this would need to be a 6. Yeah, that's true. This can't be a 5, because if this was a 5, I would be obligated to do 5, 4, 3, but now these sum to 9. That's a 3, so this needs to be a 6. That doesn't work. So that is not a 5. And now there's a 6, 7 pair in column 2, Isabella points out. So that's not a 6 anymore. Now there's a 4, 5 pair in this box. So let me just write in what these digits are. They are from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 2. So this is a 6, 7, 8, or a 9. That was not my best work. This isn't a 6, 7 because of the 6, 7 pair in the column. So this can only be 2, 8, or 9. Interesting. I want to fill in these two cells as well. So these two cells can't be 1, 2, 3. They could be 4, 5, 6, 7. They can't be 8 or 9. So these are only from 4, 5, 6, 7. I bet we're going to get... okay, so I guess I know this is at least 6, but not for any good reason. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so Chad is asking me if this cell can really be a 7. Because if this were 7, this would be 7, 8. Right. This can't be 7, 8, because that's 15, and I'm never making these two digits add to 15. So this is, in fact, a 6. That was a great spot to whoever saw that. Probably more than one of you, but that was very cool. Okay, so if this is 6, 7, then this could be 4, 9, or 5, 8. And if this is 6, 8, that's 14. Yeah, then this would be 9 and 5. Okay, that makes that a 7 while we're doing things that aren't things. So we have this. Okay, so what is left in this column? I'm just going to... am I going to pencil mark this whole column? Yeah, I need a 2 in this column. Where does it go? Oh, no, sorry, it could go there. Sorry, it could go there. I was missing. Sadly, the 3 could go there. Okay, never mind. Okay. What is this cell? It's not 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess it's 4, 5, or 6, because it's not 7, 8, or 9, so this is always 4, 5, or 6. While we are filling in things that are things. Hey, Jay, how are you? I hope you are having a good whatever time it is where you happen to be. Yeah, the 7 doesn't necessarily help us. Presumably afternoon. Yeah, that's true. If Jay said afternoon to me, presumably that means it is afternoon where Jay is. That is a reasonable assumption. There's a magic podcast called Good Luck High Five, because back in the olden days of playing Magic online, people would always start games by saying GLHF in the chat, and the people who started the podcast, when they started Magic, they didn't know what it meant, and they thought it was Good Luck High Five. It was, as Donatello says, Good Luck Have Fun was sort of the intended one, but not how it was universally interpreted. Let's see. Can this really be a 6? Yeah, this could be a 6, 7, 8, 9 would work fine. Good point from Medi. The 7 in row 3 is definitely over here because I can't put a 7 there. So there's definitely a 7 here. And so there's definitely a 7 in one of these two cells. So if this was a 6, this would be a 7. Is there anything wrong with this being 6, 7 exactly? Not necessarily. But you're a turtle with like a giant stick that you swing around, right? I forget, what is the name of the giant stick that Donatello has? No, I can't think of it. Wow. Nope, my brain's just not coming up with it. Let's see. Bow staff. There we go. Thank you. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Donatello knows the name of Donatello's stick. Let's see. Am I meant to ask if this can really be a 3? I think it can. I don't see any reason it can't be. Should I color 8 9s? I could color 8 9s, per Judith's suggestion for earlier. I don't know why. In an unusual departure, I didn't think that I was going to be coloring. Oh, sorry. I should do this in gray because otherwise it makes things invisible. Okay, that gray is a little too innocuous. Let's color them in this gray. So what I'm doing here is just Xing and Oing the 8 9s. So I know that this 8 9 is the same as this 8 9. The O 8 9 is one of the 8 9s, and the X 8 9 is one of the other 8 9s. And so what I'm hoping for is that this helps me do sudoku on these things in some meaningful way. It hasn't yet, but I'm still hopeful. Hope fading fast. Let's see. I don't think I can figure out which one this is. I don't think. I could also do it on the 4 5s, because I've got a bunch of 4 5s everywhere where a similar thing is happening. So I guess we'll do it on the 4 5s as well. So this will be the circly 4 5, the XE 4 5. That'll be the XE 4 5. I thought I saw somewhere. Oh, yes, right. This will be the circly 4 5. So this will be the XE 4 5. Okay, this looks like this might actually be more useful. What I'd really like is a cell that could see both the X and the circle version of a particular digit. Okay, so Martin has a good point, which is that if this were an 8 9, it would be X, because there's an O 8 9 already in the row. So if this was X 8 9, I would put X 8 9 into this column, but I can't possibly, because this X it couldn't repeat on its own thermo, but I also could never put an 8 or a 9 here. So actually, Martin has gotten, I think, the point. This can't be 8 or 9 because of the fact that it would automatically be 8x, or it would be x 8 9, which could then not go in the box. So in fact, this is a 7. And so where is x 8 9 in the row? X 8 9 in the row is over here. And so we can let Sven remove some candidates for us. So now these sum to 13, but that's useless because they could be 4 9 or 5 8. I now have an 8 9 down here that I can color though, because this is O 8 9. So no, sorry. Is that logic also valid for row 3, column 9? Asked Tesseralis and Emily, I believe. And yeah, if this were 8, 9, it would be circle 8, 9, which would... Oh, no, circle 8, 9 could go here, couldn't it? I don't think there's a reason this can't be circle 8, 9. That's row 3, column 1. Wait, what cell am I talking about? I don't see a cell name anywhere in the discussion I'm reading. Let's see. So this cell can't be 8 or 9 because it sees both. So I could really get aggressively with good lifting and say, okay, this cell is, it's not 1, 2, could be 3, it could be 4, 5. Oh, but it already sees it. Okay, never mind. I was excited because I saw it couldn't be 8, 9, and it saw this triple. But the triple it sees includes an 8 and a 9 and a 2, all of which it already can't be. So never mind. Let's see. Okay, so Judith and Emily are encouraging me to look at parity with these 4 5s. Okay, so 5 plus this 4 5 has the parity of circle 8, 9. Okay, so I've got to think about parities here. So these two have opposite parity. And these two have opposite parity, right? Is the point. Right. These two have the same parity. Sorry, these two have the same parity because whatever parity this is, if it's odd, for example, that's going to make the sum here even, which is going to make this need to be odd, which is the same as this. If this is even, then it's going to make the sum here odd in total, which is going to make this need to be even. So these have the same parity, whereas these two, they need to add to 13, so they have opposite parities. Okay, so these two have the same parity. This is the opposite parity of that. And so this is the opposite, again, parity of that, which means it's circle. That's very clever. And a very good spot from chat there, which then is going to place the circle 8, 9 here. Because in this box, because I need a circle 8, 9 in this box, and that's now the only place it can go. And that's going to clean up this. So that's now going to be 7 and 6 over here. That's not going to be 6. And so now these two need to be opposite parities. But I don't think I know anything about the 4, 5 yet. Do I? I don't think so. Oh, there's an X45 in the box. Excellent, excellent point. I did not see that before. Thank you, Judith. So these two are opposite parities. And we said before that the circles actually happen to be the same parity. So this needs to be an X. And so now X89 is forced to be by Sudoku here in this box. Thank you, Judith. It's possible it would be nice to default to using yellow X's and O's, but then I could not use yellow in the background. I don't know. I think maybe it's just the blue for the digits needs to be bolder. Well, the X's don't cover the digits cover the X's. So that's the correct direction. The X's don't cover the digits at all. But they do, particularly on a color palette like the blue, they do camouflage the digits. Yeah, it is. It makes it. It often, because of the way the gray and the blue interact, it does make it sort of weird. And I normally like to use the lighter gray. So I like to use the lighter gray for the circle, but the reason that I didn't use the lighter gray in the circle is because here's a vision test for you. Can you tell if there's an X and O or neither in this cell? And so it's very easy to read if I'd made this, that reads nicely, but it does not interact pleasantly with thermos, is the reason why I was using the darker gray in this one, because it just completely disappears. It is true, I could just get rid of the shading. That's not doing anything, since those are now 8-9 pairs. And these are 8-9 pairs, and that's all that those were marking, was they were marking, pencil marking across boxes. But yeah, for anything but this light gray thermo, I think the light gray works very nicely. But I agree, this is slightly obnoxious. But I guess should I go back and do all of these in yellow? Is there enough puzzle to warrant? Is there enough puzzle to warrant going back and doing these in yellow? Does that read better for people? Because I can make the X's yellow, and that probably works better. Yeah, okay, so people like that better. There we go. Okay. There we go. All right, we have arrived at a good solution. I should have just gotten rid of the yellow shading when I wanted to do this and realized that I was going to need to use a better color. But anyway, we're now at an appropriate point. And I've now completely forgotten what we're doing. Okay, we're looking at... Okay, we just placed X89 in this box. Let's see. So this cell can't be 8 or 9 because it sees both 8 and 9. More relevantly, this cell, though, can't be 8 or 9 or 7, because this cell is going to be the key, because it sees circle 8, 9, and X 8, 9, so this can't be 8 or 9. I actually think this is far superior for coloring pairs, the X and O's. I think this is the right way to color pairs. I think it looks better than the other version. Okay, so this digit is at most 6, is the point. So a very naive good lifting would look like this, but now this digit can't be a 1, so it's at least 2, 3, 4, 5. And so we get this good lifting for free. Now, if this was a 5, it would go 5, 4, 3, 2. That does work. If this were a 3, it would go 3, 4, 5, 6. That does work. We have that. An excellent point from Ambrose. We now have a 3, 4, 5, 6 quadruple in column 1. So this cell is a 2, 8, or 9 to finish off the column. So this is the 2, 8, 9 that goes with that 2, 8, 9. But where is X 8, 9 in this box is a good question. The X 8, 9 in this box is here by our magic coloring. And so therefore that makes that the 2. This the X 8, 9 in this box. And as Ambrose points out, we actually have a 3 here now because we have a 4, 5, 6 triple even. So that's a 3. So this is not a 3. All over the good Sudoku spots, Ambrose is. I said that like Yoda for some reason. And so now where is 2 in column 2 is the question. because now 2 in column 2 can only go here. And we get to play the game again. Where is 3 in column 2? 3 in column 2 can only go here. And so this is a 4 or a 5 to finish the column. These two differ by 1, so these two also have to differ by 1. So these are either 4, 5 or 5, 6. Either will work. But that means there's definitely a 5 in these cells, because these can't be 6 and 4. You can just check. 6 and 4 doesn't work. One of these is 5. So therefore, this is not 5. And so now because of parity, I know the total of this is odd. And so because the total of this is odd, the total of these two has to be odd. And that will only be the case if x is 8. So x is 8. And circle is 9. So we can go ahead and fill in our x's as 8s and our circles as 9s. Circle is 9, x is 8. And now we know what the sum is, because the sum is 11, so that's a 4. Oh, I didn't see Carl's point. Was Carl's point exactly the same as my point? Maybe Carl had a better way to see this. Okay, so this is, that's a 5. This is a 5 and a 6. This is a 4. I hope this worked out, because I don't have any choices. Good, it does. That's a 5 and a 4. I hope this worked out, because I don't have any choices. It did. Sven has a point in row 2. Sven does have a point. Let's see. Okay, so that's a 4 and a 5. And a 7. And a 6. Sven is very good at scanning. This is a 4. This was an 8. Was the whole point of all of this coloring razzmatazz. While setting a few times, it did not work out. Trust me, I know this story. That is a 6. These two are a 2 and a 9. And sorry, 2 and 9, which seems not to be resolved, and Sven agrees with me. I really like, by the way, now that with this, I think this is my favorite part of the Sven thing, is when I'm filling in a pair and I say it's not resolved, if it actually is resolved, Sven tells me. So that's pretty handy. Okay, so what's left in this row? That's probably going to do it. So we still need a 3, a 4, let's see, a 5, 6, and a 7. This can't be a 3 or a 4 for lots of reasons. This certainly can't be a 7. It's not a 5 either, so this can only be a 3 or a 4. This can't be a 7, actually, because if it were a 7, this would need to be 8, 9, and there's not enough there. So that is a 5. So that's a 7 and a 5. So this is the other 3 or 4. This is a triple. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is the answer. This is not a 6, apparently, for lots of reasons. This can't be a 9. I'll let you math that one out. That one's not 7. So if this were 5 and 6, the total would be 11, which I could do. If this were 5 and 7, the total would be 12, which I could do. Horrible. So I think we got to now look at this one. So this is a quad. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this is not a 7 even. And this can't be a 6 either, because if this were a 6, it would go 6, 7, 8, 9. But there's an 8 and a 9 in the row, so this is a 1. So the betting tree today is not a 1. Apologies if you bet 1, and we have ruined your day. Let's see. I actually know one of these two is 9. So I know this isn't a 9 or an 8 or a 7. Okay. So because I know one of these is the 9 of the column. I know this is not a 9, 8, or a 7. So this is actually at most a 6. So the maximum here is something like 6, 5, 4. But that is nowhere near working. Because now these two add to 9. So this can't be as high as 4. What if this is a 3? Yeah. This could be... So I think this can be a 2 or a 3, and this can be a 4 or a 5, and this can be a 5 or a 6. Oh, but it can't be a 5, actually. There's no way this can be a 4, right? Oh, no, this could be a 4. Because it could go... Oh, no, because this can't be 2 or 3. Oh, no, this could be 3. Okay. Sorry, I think I good lifted this very, very badly. I think this can only be 4 or 6. It can't be 5, 7, 8, or 9. So this is 4 or 6, and then we work backwards. Oh, right, it can't be a 4 because of this 3, 4, right. If this were 4, that would need to be 3, and this can't be, that would break this cell. So actually, this is a 6. So that's a 9 and a 7 and a 6. So that will do it. So now these need to total 11, so that's a 4 and a 3. This is not a 3. These need to add to 7. If these need to add to 7, they could be 2, 5, or 3, 4. That's obnoxious, but this is a 2 and a 9. This is not a 6 anymore. We have a 2, 3 pair in the row. We have a triple over here. Let's fill in our triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A lot of good that did us. Thank you for your generosity, Derektionary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not an 8, not a 5, not an 8. So that is the 8. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 6, so that one is 6. Let's see. So this is a 4 or a 5 to finish the column. Sorry, 4 or 5. This is a 2 or a 3 to finish its column. This is a 2 or 3 to finish its column, but the 3 over there looks at this, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 5. 7 and 5. 7, 2, 1, 3. Let's see. So this is a 4, 1. This is a 9, 4. And this is a 9. And quick scan for our 4s, 5s, 8s, and 9s. So we've got to make sure all of our 5s are ringed. Ring, ring, ring. So I'll leave all the suspense to figure out if you got the bet cell right. 5, 5. 4s should all be X'd. X, 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 X. 4s are all X'd. 9s should all be in circles. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. 9. And 8s should all be X'd. 8 and an X. And now we can find out that the bet cell was a 7, which I know at least one person in chat was very excited about. Is this dog new? I don't remember the dog showing up before. I do know that some scientists used a grant to make a chocolate teapot that you could use. And it would melt just enough to make the tea taste like chocolate, but not enough that it would be unusable. This is a very cool puzzle. I liked that a lot. There were a lot of cool things going on there. I really liked sort of the break-in of sort of thinking about, oh, if this is too big, then it breaks this length 5 one. Very cool. Oh yeah, it was a codec puzzle, chocolate teapot, right? I think it was a codec Renbon puzzle. Because I think this is back when Renbon had a different color every time they appeared, because I think the chocolate teapot was a codec Renbon puzzle where the Renbon lines were brown. So I remember it's 100% owed to Ranksk that the colors for German Whispers and Renbon have been standardized. Because like before then, it was often the case that you would get like green Renbon and purple. Like I know the first few Whispers puzzles I did, the Whispers were purple, for example. So thank you, Ranksk, for standardizing the colors of the line constraints. Alrighty, I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we'll be back, and we will do another puzzle. So sit tight, I'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. So today there was actually a tie in the voting, and so the tie was between the Derektionary puzzle we just did, and this puzzle by Math Pesto. So as a reward to all of you out there who support me, I'm going to do both today. So we will also do this Math Pesto puzzle. Feels like almost every day we're doing the chat votes for a Math Pesto puzzle. Yeah, Math Pesto was tied today after outright winning the previous two. So yeah, whenever a Math Pesto puzzle goes in the bucket, I have a pretty good idea what I'm going to be doing the next day. So here we have a puzzle with a whole bunch of 18 killer cages. So the 18 killer cages, those digits sum to 18. We don't have to worry about this. And amusingly, I think Math Pesto has the right to vote, but Math Pesto I don't think has ever voted for one of their own puzzles. But maybe Math Pesto has a bunch of alt accounts. It's interesting. I've noticed that I don't know that I've ever seen a setter vote for their own puzzle, even though certainly setters are allowed to vote for their own puzzles. You certainly can. I mean, at the next tier, people can recommend puzzles, and they often recommend their own puzzles. Although I'd say more often people recommend other people's puzzles, which is great. I like seeing that. But yeah, anyway, it's interesting looking at the who votes for what. I feel like because I read the names of the voters, maybe people who are hesitant to vote for their own puzzle for fear that I will read their name. Math Pesto has revealed that they only have one alt account, which is Scorp, so no one should worry about them. That all makes sense. Alrighty, so let's, oh, sorry, I did not finish reading the rules. The purple lines are Renbon, so these digits have to be consecutive in any order. So, for example, they could be 7, 8, 9, but they could also be 7, 9, 8. Either of those would work. And these yellow lines are entropic, and what that means is that one of them is low. That is, one of them is 1, 2, 3, one of them is 4, 5, 6, and one of them is 7, 8, 9. So one is low, one is middle, and one is high. And that's all the rules we get. So I think the first thing to think about is the digit 9. And the reason why I'm thinking about the digit 9 is I can't put a 9 in a 5-cell 18 cage. In fact, actually, I did not realize this, but there are only 3 ways to make a 9-cell 18 cage, which makes sense, I suppose. They're appearing at the top left of the screen at the moment, but they never have a 9. So 9s can only go, and I'm going to highlight these for a bit. And yeah, this certainly feels like this is going to be some sort of mutant swordfish or something, or mutilated swordfish, or whatever the name is. But who knows? Green was a terrible color choice. I hate it. Let's see. Yellow's not going to work either. Purple's not going to work. Blue? That looks slightly less horrible, but still pretty horrible. Okay, well, we get to start with a real swordfish, as Ambrose points out, because if I look in row 3, well, it's not even really a meaningful swordfish, because in both the row and the column it's restricted. So one of these 3 is a 9, one of these 3 is a 9, and one of these 3 is a 9, but that's not useful at all. But more useful is the swordfish in row 8, 5, 8, 5, and 2. And so if you've never seen a swordfish before, this is a beautiful illustration. So where is the 9 in row 2? Well, it can only be in one of 3 cells, actually, because of that. Where is the 9 in row 5? Well, it's in one of these 3 cells. And where is the 9 in row 8? Well, it's in one of these cells. And now that means that in each of these rows, there has to be a 9. So that's 3 9s in the highlighted squares. And then the key with all sorts of fishes is to look at that and then turn your head. And so in this case, I turn my head 90 degrees. Whoop. And then we look at it this way. And now I also have to put 3 3s in these columns. And so that means I need to put 3 9s in these columns. And so that means I also need to put a 9 in each of these. And what that means is I can't possibly put any more 9s in these columns. So these cells cannot be 9 because of the swordfish. And so I get this weird stripy effect on 9s. Okay. So maybe I should just look at each of these line types and see, okay, so having an entropic line through the box is not super interesting. So all of the line types have more than one option. So there's more than one way to put an entropic line, and there's more than one way to put a put a renbon in, because the renbon could be 1, 2, 3, or it could be 4, 5, 6. Now, good point from Ambrose. These can't be 9s. Because if these were 9s, it would put an 8, 7 into the cage. That sums to 15. That would mean these 3 digits had to sum to 3. That's not going to work. So these are not 9s. So that removes those options from being 9. Now, one thing I could note, I don't know how quickly I want to jump ship completely. I only get one 7, 8, 9 number in an 18 cage. I cannot put 2. So therefore, in fact, actually, if you look at it closely, as soon as I have a high and a middle digit, every other digit in the cage has to be low. If you look at all the possibilities. So 8 is high, 4 is middle, the rest are low. 7 is high, 5 is middle, the rest are low. This one doesn't even have a high. So if I want to just jump ship completely, I can actually fill in that these digits have to be from 1, 2, 3, which seems potentially useful. Okay. So we've got that. Box 1's entropic line leaves the cage. Which is why I did not mark that one. Now, interestingly, I know these pairs of digits add to a multiple of 3. Whatever way you would like. Okay. So we can also think about this the opposite of the direction that we started thinking about it. Which is to say that actually all of these 18 cages contain 1s and 2s. And so if I highlight the cages instead, I'm going to try orange this time on advice of counsel and see how disastrous it is. It'll probably be bad, but we'll see. It's pretty bad. Let's see. We're going to do medium gray instead. Yeah, okay. So the 1s and 2s that exist within these boxes all exist in these squares, and this is going to get us a digit, because now I have a swordfish on 1s and 2s in these cells, which rules 1 and 2 out of these cells. And now the reason that's exciting is because now this cell can't be 1 or 2, and so therefore it is a 3. And we get to have an unexpected digit dance. Woo! Woohoo! Woo! Woo! Whoop! 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 Woo! Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Never say a swordfish didn't do anything for you, I suppose. So that is not a 3. Okay, and now this is the version of an 18 cage that contains a... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, it's the version of an 18 cage that contains a 3. But there are 2 of those. And so there's a 1 or 2 on this. But anyway, let's continue with our swordfishery. Because there's a swordfish on 1 and 2 now in these rows. Which is now going to rule out this cell. Sorry, these cells from ever being 1 or 2. And we're going to get another digit, because now this is a 3. This is not a 3. That's definitely a 1 or a 2. So we've got that arrangement, and that's pretty cool. Oh, okay. So, all right. One of these is a 1, 2. It's not that one. Okay. This digit at the very least can't be a 1. This is a very colorful puzzle, by the way. Because if this were a 1, I would put... Oh, maybe it could be a 1, actually. That's annoying. I could put 2 there and 3 there. And then make this that other combination. Ah! Oh, darn it, no. Sorry, I thought... Oh, no. I thought this was going to have to be the low one, but it could be the 3, right? Okay, so here is Carl's point, and it's a good one. I had not thought of it this way. The only cells in the entire grid that can be 1 or 2 are these gray stripes, because we started by highlighting all the cells that could possibly be 1 or 2. So there's always a 1 or a 2 on this renbon, or maybe both. But I can't put neither, because I'd have to put them both here. And so as soon as there's a 1 or a 2 on this renbon, that means this renbon needs to have a 3 on it. And the only place that 3 can go, owing to sudoku, is there. So this digit is a 3. And therefore, this digit's not a 3. So there's a 3 down here somewhere. It's not there. Is there a reason this can't be a 3? I don't think so. Right. And so this is a 1-2 pair, is a good point, from Perla. Welcome, Perla, by the way. I think I've seen you around a couple times before, but welcome back. And actually in this row, too. Because, right, in this row, I need 2 1-2s. As soon as there's a 3 and a gray, actually, as soon as there's any digit in the gray that's not 1 or 2, I actually get a bunch of things I get to pencil mark 1, 2. Because everything else in that row, column, and box needs to be a 1, 2, because I've only got so many of them. Okay, so that is a 3. That is a 1, 2. Okay, so now this can't be a 1. Because if this was a 1, that would need to be a 2, and that's not going to work. So, in fact, this is a 2, and that's a 1. And this is a 4. And so that means I know what this digit is. It's an 8. Let's see. That probably did more damage if I squint and look closely. Maybe it did not actually. Yeah, I know one of these is a 2. Either that's a 2 or that's a 2. Let's see. So I guess I should fill in this triple, or sorry, this quad. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. And I know that the non-blue digits are not 9, so this is from 5, 6, 7. And exactly the same argument Morecrab points out works here. I need a 3 on this renbon. I don't have a choice. And so because I need a 3 on this renbon, because I need to put a 1 or a 2 on it, that 3 has to go in one of those 2 cells. Which then lets me place a 3 right here. Which then makes this digit a 1 and that digit a 2. And makes that digit a 2 and that digit a 1. 3 goes with 4 or 5. So, but that just makes it, this is a 4-5 pair that goes with a 3, but this one can't be a 4. So that's a 5 and that's a 4, which makes that an 8. This is super cool. Very, very slick. Also, I love the range that that Math Pesto is showing off here in terms of types of puzzles that they can make, because this is this is very different than if someone says, imagine a Math Pesto puzzle. This is very different than the puzzle you would imagine. 6, 7, and 9 are the options here. I know this one's not a 9, so this is only a 6 or a 7. Let's see. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3. But this cage isn't allowed to have a 6 in it. If I just look at the 18 possibilities, none of them that have 1, 2, 3 in them have a 6. And the reason for that, actually, you can figure out is because if I had a 1, 2, 3, and a 6, the last digit would also be a 6. So, in fact, that's a 7. And so this is a 5. So 7s go there, 5 goes there. The digits outside this cage I should fill in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are not 4 or 8, apparently. That one's not a 9 because of my coloring. This 3 makes this a 1 or a 2 for sure. Because I need 2 1 2s in the column. As soon as this is a 1 2, I know the contents of this Renbon, because it can't be 1 2 3, and it certainly can't be 3 4 5. Because if this Renbon were 3 4 5, wait, it could be 3 4 5, can't it? Why not? 3 4 5 1 2. Oh, 3 4 5 and 1 2 does not add to 18. Okay, this can't be 3 4 5 because none of the 18 cages have a 3 4 5 in them. So this Renbon has to be 2 3 4 exactly. That's a 1. I guess the easiest thing to note was this had to be a 1 because I couldn't have both a 1 and a 2 on here, and if I had to have only one of them, it'd better be the 2. So the 2 goes there, and these are a 3 4 pair. So let's write 6 and 7 in them. That'll not confuse anyone. So these are a 3 4 pair was the point of all of that. This is a 2. Okay, the digit that's on this entropic line, this cell can't be a 1 or a 2, so this can't be the 1 or 2, so that's the 1. So we've got either... that's funny. This needs to be either 4 8 or 5 7, but it can't be 4 8 because this cell sees a 4 and an 8 in the column. So therefore, these are 5 7. This is a 2, by the way. So that's a 1. This cell's not 1 or 2, because it sees both 1 and 2. So therefore, this is the 2, because I only get one cell that's not 1 or 2. Hey, Franco, by the way. Let's see. There's definitely a 2 on this Renbon by Sudoku. Oh, well, there's definitely a 2 on this Renbon by Sudoku, and it can't go there, because that's what the gray coloring means. So this is a 2. And this can't have a 1 on it, because that cell and that cell both see 1 in the row and column. So this is a 2 3 4, and that cell can't be a 3, so that's a 4 and that's a 3. So this has got a 2 and a 4, but no 3. And so if this has a 2 and a 4 but no 3, it's 1 3 8. Sorry, no, it is these are 1 5 6 to finish off the box. This cell, however, is not 1 or 5, so it is 6, and that's 5, and that's 1. This is now a 2, for multiple reasons, in fact, actually. The column needs a 1 and a 2, and the row needs a 1 and a 2, and they can only go in gray cells, is the point. So that's not a 6. Let's see. Let's fill in this triple so Sven can help us. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what those are. Okay, Sven was no help. I'm sure Sven will help us later. Let us see. Okay, so, one of these needs to be a 1, and it's not that one, so that's a 1. Let's see, this column only has a few things left in it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 8, and 9. Well, I know this is not a 9. Sadly, no immediate help there. Oh, why did I not fill in this digit? I'm trying to figure out how in the world my brain did not place the last digit in a cell that I know adds to 18. Anyway, that's an 8, which makes that a 4. We won't talk about it. These will not be 4. This will be a 7, 8, or a 9, which will give us a 7, 8, 9 triple in the column. It's a 7, 8, 9, by the way, just to give me the last high, mid, lowity on this line. And so that 7, 8, 9 triple is now going to do a lot of work, because it's going to make that a 6 and that a 4, and that a 9, and an 8 and a 9. So that, and a 9 up here. Means that is not a 9. Let's see. So 9 has to go here in this box, because it needs to go in a blue square. 9 in this box doubly can't go in that blue square. That doesn't actually help. 9 in this row, though. 9 in row 2 needs to go in a blue square. It can't be that one, so it's that one. So 9 in box 9 goes there. This could never be a 9 because it's not blue. So that's the 9. That probably was the easier place to start. So now 9 is here in this box. And now 9 is here in this box. And I think that's all the 9s. Yes, that is all the 9s. Excellent, excellent. We also got all the 2s at some point, but we don't have all the 1s yet. Why don't we have all the 1s yet? It seems to me we probably should have all the 1s. Yeah, this is the 1. There we go. We've got all the 1s now. So these 3 digits are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 6, and 8. That one's not a 3. That one's not a 3. So that one's a 3. Excellent. So this is a 6 or an 8. If it's a 6, it goes with 4, 5 down here. If it's an 8, it can't be an 8 because 8 goes with 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's a 3 in the box. So that is a 6 and an 8 and a 7. Those aren't 7, so the 7 in the row goes here. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 6. Oh, I realize we completely forgot to have a betting tree. We'll have a very belated betting tree there. I was like, I entered the I've got to be careful not to fill in the betting tree next mode, and then realized that I had not actually placed a betting tree. So these are 4 and 5. And so that gives us a Jovi wing on 5s. And our Jovi wing on 5s here, just to explain what that means, is that in column 4 and 5, the 5s are here and here. This is like a very medium sort of fish, much smaller than a swordfish. So where does the 5 go in column 6? It has to go in this box, which means it goes there exactly. This needs 3 on it, because it needs to have a low digit on it, and the only digit available is 3. So these are 3 and 7 in order to make that work, which somehow doesn't do anything. But we'll persevere through setter adversity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not a 6. That is a 6, just by per Sven. Okay, so now Sven probably knows what this digit is. This digit's a 4. And this digit's a 6. Let's see. So these 2 digits, 4, 5, 6, are 7 and an 8, so they go in that order. So that's a 7 and an 8, and a 7, and a 3 and a 7, and a 5, and a 4 and a 3, and a 7. And let's see. We've got here. We've got lots of stuff. Okay, what's missing in this column? Let's see. We need a 3 in the column. It has to go. No, sorry, we don't need a 3 in the column. We've got one of those. 4, 5. We need a 6 in the column. Does that count? We need a 6 in the column and an 8. So this is the 6 and that's the 8, which makes that a 3 in order to make the cage work. That's a 5. So we've got all of that worked out. So I think now all of our cages work. That's a 7 and a 5 before I miss them. Is Ranksk even here, or does Ranksk just always bet the same thing? So Ranksk has successfully won the bidding. Let's see. This digit, I know what it is, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 6. Makes that a 5 and a 6. Makes that a 4 and a 5. 3. This is a 4. And today's betting tree is an 8. Congratulations from me and from Zach to all of those of you who bet 8. That was a lovely puzzle. I really enjoyed that. The use of those 18 cages to sort of set up all of these swordfish is very cool. I was expecting it was going to be the worst kind of thing where you had to sort of combine stuff, so I think the version where you end up with that is where you've got this shape 5 cages. If you had those all over the place, then you get the sort of lattice pattern, and then you get to sort of cover all of these cells in some sort of fancy way with a covering set, and max flow equals min cut or something. I don't know, whatever. Something like that. But we did not have to do that. This is a very friendly puzzle. Well, very friendly puzzle for people who know what swordfishes are and who have access to a killer cage calculator that pops up here. I mean, not that we couldn't have worked out that these were the options, but that would have been a little bit painful. But I adore this. And I really like, by the way, as a setter, knowing that the solver's going to have access to this cage calculator. So I don't have to wonder whether a step is fair or not, because it involves thinking about, like, knowing what the 2 options for a 4-cell 12 cage are, or whatever. Because now you know, well, Sven will tell them what the 2 options are, so that I don't have to worry about it. Alrighty. Yeah, this is a perfect use of the calculator existing, because then you know people have access to it, and so you don't have to worry about it. And then as a solver, I know the setter knew that I would have access to the calculator, so the setter probably doesn't mind if I use it. Whereas in a lot of puzzles that use killer cages, the form of telegraphing is, if I think about this cage and I don't know the answer, that means it's not where I'm supposed to look. Which is a great form of telegraphing if you assume no one has a killer calculator, but then a lot of people just assume you know it, and then who knows. Yes, I am a huge fan of the advancements in Sudoku pad technology that we have had recently. Like, I think the O's and X's and the colors of O's and X's and the colors of boundary, I think, are huge. Sven hasn't quite gotten to the betting tree yet, but I know it's high on Sven's priority list. But yeah, so we've got many cool things happening in Sudoku world. The thing I most want is a good tool for setting puzzles, because we really do not have a good, what I would call a good tool for setting Sudoku puzzles as of yet. So Sven, please, Sven, I'll be a good Zeta. The row column numbers are awesome. Yeah, there's just a lot of cool features that have gotten added that I really appreciate. I know Ranksk's website, what is it called? I can't remember. Is it Sudoku Lab, or is it Sudoku the other thing? Whichever one Ranksk's is, I know that has a lot of things implemented in terms of having a solver. So I think they're sort of as Sudoku Studio. Thank you, Jay. So that even has a double arrow solver, so that's cool. So I think from setting, there are sort of 2 different classes of things that you want, maybe 3. And so one thing, so someone asked, by the way, I'm answering the question, what do you want out of a setting thing? So first of all, I want a user interface that is pleasant to use and has simple features like the ability to save and load, duplicate, basically any sort of revision control, document retention thing. Because currently, if you look at what a setter's collection of work looks like, it's like a bunch of random screenshots and F-Puzzles links that when someday F-Puzzles goes down will no longer work. And everyone will be scrambling to try and figure out how all of these things work. So some way to save it, preferably save it to a disk as well as to a cloud, but that might be daydreaming, but at least like reasonably save and load across platforms, that would be great. I really like having lots of visual options. So I almost universally set in Penpa, because Penpa has a ton of options that I can use to keep track of things I need to keep track of. So I use lots of the random visuals in Penpa as like notes to myself while I'm setting something. And so that's something I really like. And so I think Penpa is not the best user experience for solvers, though, so I rarely publish puzzles in Penpa, but I love having the options, and I would love, as a setter, to have access to that really, really wide version of just a bunch of random symbols and whatever that I could throw in the puzzle. Like, I really wanted to be able to put Tetris pieces in squares, all that kind of thing. That would be awesome to be able to do that. So, as many cosmetics as possible, that's another category. And then the third category of things to want as a setter is a really robust solver. And so by that, what I mean is something where the computer can, as much as is feasible, look at your puzzle and tell you what is deducible from your current grid. So Ranks has a solver that sort of plugs into F-Puzzles, but also is implemented in Sudoku Studio, if you want. Although the version for F-Puzzles, you can run it on your own computer, so it runs faster than the one that runs on the web. But it will tell you things like, oh, your puzzle's actually broken already. And then it's like, oh, well, then I better back up. Or it will tell you sometimes very helpfully, some magic that you don't understand forces this cell to be a 3. And you don't have to understand what forces it to be a 3. But you need to know that this cell has to be a 3, and you either need to give a way for the solver to figure that out, or at least make sure you don't break that it has to be a 3. And so having all of that is there. So those are sort of the 3 categories of things for a setting app that are really super useful. I'd say for me, probably most of the things I set lately, I don't actually have a solver that I use. Maybe I occasionally do. But yeah, that's sort of the things that are missing, and we don't really have those in any existing place. Anyway, I'm going to take a real quick break. By the way, hi Sven. I'm told that Sven is watching my stream on his stream. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we'll be back. We will do more puzzles, so stay tuned. Alrighty, welcome back. Oh, I see my my screen is... Why is this so bad? Please? Move? Okay, window capture. Ah, there we go, okay. Sorry, I can zoom this in as well somewhat. There we go. So we've got, we have here a puzzle by Nell. Nell, I know, is a very frequent chatter and also frequent appearer on Meme Rister's setting conversation. And also a frequent appearer on that is the biggest the grid gets. I can make it one notch bigger. I can go that big. But that is as big as the grid can get, because now it is currently hanging off the bottom of my screen a bit. So I think that is as large as the grid is going to get. Oh, with the resize button. See, we can play with the resize button. It's never been clear to me why the resize button is better. But I know certain people like it when I use the resize button. Oh, that's going to hang off the bottom. Is that better than what I had before? For whatever reason? Better, worse, same? Okay. So let us read the rules. Okay, so you can now technically read the rules, although you would have to be... Yes, you can now technically read the rules, except you have to be able to read them in a micrometer size font. Okay, so we have to fill the grid with pentominoes. So that is, we have to fill the grid... By the way, this is not a Sudoku puzzle. We have to fill the grid with pentominoes, which are size 5 Tetris pieces. So, like, that would be a pentomino. Except this would be a very poor choice of pentomino, because I would not be able to fill the grid with pentominoes, because this square would be isolated. Each pentomino needs to be a color out of red, green, blue, or yellow. So we have some red, green, blue, and yellow already in the screen. No two pentominoes of the same shape can touch, or the same color. And by touch, I mean share an edge. So no two red pentominoes can share an edge. No two blue pentominoes can share an edge. And no two pentominoes that both have this shape can share an edge. Yeah, Tristan, can you post a link? And note, shape is invariant under rotation reflection, so all of that is fair game. Okay, and a bunch of stuff's already been given. Thank you, Nell. Okay, so we've got to figure this out. So this is a really cool combination. Oh, and some edges have also been given as well. So I know that this blue does not go down, which is interesting. Oh, okay, No, I was going to say let's look at what happens if this is green or... So this cell has to be green or red, and it's going to make an L going one direction, and then this is going to have to be the other of green or red, and then it's going to make a P going this direction. But I don't know which direction it will be. Yes, it will be an utter nightmare to try and reference cells. You'll have to say, like, below the blue at the bottom or whatever. But yeah, if you say row 24, column 17, I'm probably not going to be able to figure out what cell you're talking about, unfortunately. Yes, good point. Okay, so we have a first deduction from Ambrose. These three yellows, they need to get to at least 5 cells, so they need to go at least that far. Which is then going to let us pencil in some more edges. Oh, I need to make that the thicker edge, so that we can have that cool edge. Let's see. I will, just for visual clarity, I will add in all of the existing ones in the thicker font. At least I will try. Boop-a-doop, 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 Boop-a-doop. 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 This is a very cool idea, by the way, for a puzzle. I like the use of color. This is the traditional Simon try to pretend I'm doing something. Oh, there we go. I can do that one too. Why does this have to become a P? Oh, it can't. No, it. Wait. Why can't the yellow be a Z? I'm trying to see if this is because the blue also kind of wants to be a P, and I can't make them both be P's, of course. Okay. I see Garian's point. So Garian's point is if this is green, then what shape is it? Wait, does it have to be a P? Couldn't it just keep going? Oh, it can't, because now this cell can't be red anymore. Because if this cell is red, it can't finish. So it has to take that cell. So if green goes down, that cell has to be green, because otherwise this red is broken. So that was what I thought at first too at 11. But if all of these are green, what color is this cell? And so if this cell is red, now red has a 6-cell pentomino. And so this cell has to be green because of that. So if this is green, green looks exactly like this. But as soon as green looks exactly like that, now blue has no choice but to be a P, because blue is going to take 5 of these 6 cells, and it will also be a P. And so green is not allowed to come down under any circumstances, which means that green must escape. Oh, no, I don't know. Sorry, I was going to say something wrong, as I so often do. Ambrose says exactly what I'm thinking as I look at this and go, "Oh boy, this is going to be a challenging one." Let's see. Okay, so if yellow here is a P, let's look at this. If yellow is a P, then what's going to happen to blue? Blue can't be a P now because they touch. So blue is going to have to come out to here. And then blue's either going to be a plus or an F. I'm not sure I know that these reds connect. The top left red cannot connect. Why can't the top left red connect, Judith? Is there a rule that I'm missing? Or is it just somehow clear that this can't be... I do think it's true that this can't be red, though. Because if this was red, now blue is forced... Oh, no. Blue could be a P looking like this, and then yellow could be a Z. That would be okay. Maybe I should look at this cluster of blues at the top. Maybe that's a good place to look. So... Oh, well, this can't be blue. Let's start there. This cell's not blue. If it was blue, this cell is isolated. So that at least gets me 2 more edges for free. If that cell's not blue, what color is it? It must be yellow. Hey, Nell, welcome. If this was any color but yellow, it's never finishing. So this is yellow. So we've got that yellow. Okay, well, that was at least a little something. Now, how do I carry that on? Because that feels like that was the thing I was supposed to notice first. When I looked at this, although I feel like it is immediately petering out, but maybe I am missing something. See, there's a claim that this blue is never a P. So it's not that P for sure. If it's this P, then we have to do something fairly complicated. We have to notice something complicated about the way this red and green entangle each other, right? Is the point, to see why this doesn't work. Because now the green extends that way. So the red now... and that forces red to be a P and it touches. That's pretty far looking ahead, but that's fine in a pencil puzzle. But yeah, if blue was this P, the point is now green needs to finish. And green can't take this cell because then green becomes size 6. So green takes this cell. And now this red is forced, but the shape the red is forced to be is a P. I feel like there's an elegant way to frame this that I'm not quite seeing. But anyway, so we've ruled out 2 of the possible Ps. This P would force green to be a P, because now this cell can't be red, because then green can't finish. So this cell has to be green, but now green has to be a P. It has no choices. So that doesn't work. And now this P certainly doesn't work because there's already a blue there. So I agree this blue is never a P. Do I know one of green and red is always a P? So let's see. So if this is red, then this is green and green is a P, right? So if this is red, green is this P. If this is green, right, then red is this P. Okay, right. So so I agree with Gary, and that is a much, much, much better argument. Whether this is green or red, green and red become a P, and both of them touch a cell that I already know is blue. So blue is never a P. So if blue wants to avoid being a P, it only has one cell it can take to do that. Because if blue stays entirely in this 2x3, then it's going to be a P. And so blue can only avoid that fate by taking this cell. Which puts in an extra border there, and a border there, and a border I realize I have not thickened. Okay, blue still has to avoid being a P, so blue can't take that cell. And so now the only thing that can take that cell is yellow, but yellow now is a P and is done. I'm being told blue is not an X. That's right, we have a P dance. Ba-boop ba-doop, boop ba-doop, ba-doop ba-doop, P dance, ba-doop ba-doop, P dance, boop ba-doop, boop boop ba-doop, boop ba-doop, boop boop ba-doop, boop ba-doop, boo! We must incorporate the dances. It's in Zach's contract. He has to dance for every puzzle. And now, so now Tesseralis has the easy to see observation, which is now red has to take this, because otherwise red's not getting to 5 cells. So now red is done. And now green is forced to be a P. And so now blue is an F. By the way, if you're curious what on earth is going on with all of these names, there's just an agreed upon name for every pentomino. Okay, red now can't take this cell because it will make an F touching an F. So this red has to get out over on that side. We have a similar thing with the 2x3 from before. Oh, no, sorry, I was going to say something wrong, because this cell could be the one that's not. No, it can't. Okay. If red doesn't escape this 3x2, it's going to be a P. Now, you might think, couldn't it be a U? But that would isolate this cell. So red needs to escape this 2x3, and the only way red escapes this 2x3 is by taking this cell. And so now it can't take this cell below it. So that's going to be part of an omino of unknown origin. But that omino of unknown, can't it be a U the other way? It being a U the other way would involve a cell I already know is red not being red. Because this cell I was given is red, I believe. So I think I'm okay on that one. Okay. Now, red now can't take this cell because it would be a P if it finished that way. And if red takes this cell, it's an F, which it can't be. So red is, as people say, an N, which is the name I feel like is the biggest of a stretch of the many names that are stretches. So this red is an N. This red I know certainly can't come up. This edge I realize I never rebolded. So this thing I think is going to be a T at the end of the day, but I'm not quite sure. All of these, though, are definitely the same shape. I don't have access to the tool that lets me draw in the middle of a line. Because I would like to draw like a line between these two. Maybe I can use the helper X and use the helper X to mean the exact opposite of what it would normally mean. To say that these are definitely connected. These are definitely all connected. And these are also connected. Because this can't become green. Whatever this is, it cannot become green. Because if this becomes green, it's an N, and it's touching an N. Can I, like, enable the... I could enable the thing. Is that the line tool? Is that, like, line normal? Let's try that. Will that work? There we go. Okay. In honor of Tesseralis, we'll do it that way. Does that sound better? Okay, we won't use the helper X to mean the opposite of the helper X. I didn't realize you could override the preferences of the setter. So now red is definitely not this thing. So red has to keep growing down. It's the only way that red can grow. This thing, whatever it is, it can't be an N. So it can't take this cell ever. So there's a border there. Oh! That's a very clever observation, Martin. If this was a V, it touches every color. It touches red, yellow, and blue, and green would have to take this cell. So this can't be a V. That's very clever. Very clever setting, and very clever of you to notice. So we've got an omino here. We just don't know what color it is yet. Actually, we do know what color it is, because it's not red, yellow, or green. So it's blue. So blue. This blue can't go up. Well, red just has to take one more cell down. Okay, yeah, so red needs to go down, because red can't escape entirely this way. So red has to go down just because it needs 2 more cells. But if red took its last cell here, it would be an F touching an F. So in fact, red makes this shape, which I believe is fancily called an L. So red looks like this. This cell now has to be yellow. It has no other outs. This is super fun. I like this. I always like doing pencil puzzle type stuff. I don't do it as often as I would like, but people don't make and show it to me as often as other things. But I really like this kind of puzzle. Let's see. Can I do something with this? I think this thing always has to take the cell above it. Because if it doesn't take the cell above it, what is it going to do? It's going to come over here, and it can't go down, so it's going to then be forced into this Y shape, but that isolates these. So actually, this, whatever it is, always takes that cell. And now this thing definitely isn't red. So can do that. And so now it is forced to be an X, or a plussy, if you prefer. So it's an X. Now this thing, whatever it is, are we sure it can't take the red cell? Did I mess up? Oh, no, right. It could, sorry, I think Carl is right. I think it could go here and take that. No, it can't be red. I already know it's not red because this is red. It touches red. Okay, yes. So this is a plus, and we can go to the line tool and say that this has to get out, at least that far. This is one of the colors that isn't red, which is not the most helpful thing that anyone has ever said in their life. So this red has to go up, I believe. Because if this red doesn't go up, then it's going to come down, and it's going to come here, and it's going to become this, but that touches a red. So this cell's always red. Gives us this border. I agree with the statement that this is not... Okay, so this thing can't be blue, because it's going to touch blue. No matter which way this goes, it's going to touch blue. And it's not red or green. So this is yellow, actually. That's a surprise. So now, because this is yellow, it can't go up. And so it has to grow right. In fact, it has to grow right that many. Can de-lineify it. I know people don't like it when I leave the lines in afterwards. So now this yellow can't go down. No matter how far this yellow goes in this direction, it goes certainly at most 1 in that direction. So now this yellow is at least 2 more... Yeah, at least 2 more cells up here to make that work. This yellow is getting boxed in. Okay, this... Oh no, the red could become a W. That's annoying. Yeah, the red and yellow are certainly both in danger of becoming an N. They can't both be an N. In fact, yellow is always an N, right? Yellow has no option to not be an N. So this is always an N, so red can't be an N. But unfortunately, I think it still has a couple options. But I do have to be careful, because I know this is an N, so I cannot let it touch another N. Okay, let's see. Tesseralis says if this is blue now, Now that forces this to be red, forces that to be yellow and that to be red. Right. If this is blue, it actually does make both yellow and red into an N. So this is not blue, and so it's yellow. It doesn't have any other options. Good spot. And so now this blue needs to grow out in that direction. This yellow is done. I should mark it appropriately. This blue also is going to have to grow out because it can only take one cell there. These blues can't join each other because then that would be too many cells. This is some new amino, but blue has to keep growing, and has to keep growing. And in fact, this blue becomes what is known as an eye, which is perhaps the one that most resembles the thing that it is. Now, these two have to be the same. These two have to be the same. If these aren't the same, we run into a huge problem, because now this thing has to go out this way, and this can't get to 5 cells. So these have to be the same. So we have a new amino out of nowhere. This blue has to keep getting out, and the only direction... Why did I know this blue didn't go this way? Was I given that this blue can't... Oops. Was I given that this blue can't go this way, or did I invent that? Oh, I was given that this blue can't go that way. That's how I know. So blue has to go down. It's like, wait, did I just make a bogus deduction? Okay, and so now blue has to N or V. Blue can't L because this is an L. So this cell can't be blue anymore, is the point. Oh, and blue can't N either, because blue touches an L and blue touches an N. So blue must V. Blue V's itself. And blue now has that shape, which now forces the red here. And so now this red, in order to not be the N that it touches, has to be a W. And so we get that shape. This cell is green because it's the only thing it can be. Well, silly observation, those two connect. See, we're supposed to try and say end in an N 5 times fast. End in an N, end in an N, end in an N, end in an N, end in an N. I don't think I succeeded very well. The newest line can't be a green V. That's true. This, I guess I can ask about the color of this L. This L has to be either red or green. Okay, so Garian's point, which is well said, is if I just imagine that this does not take this cell, then it's forced to be a V. So it has to take this cell. Because V can't touch V. Now, it can't take this cell, though, so that gets us an edge, which gets us several more lines, because now those have to do that. Now, these aren't the same, so there's an edge there. And so now it's looking like we're going to end up with this having to be a P. Because this can't... this can never join this green. Because if this joins the green, I've isolated a cell. And so because this can't join the green, it only has 5 cells it can be, and it's that 5, and it's a P. So we can get rid of that line. Actually, there's lots of lines we can get rid of. Okay, so L and P. Sure looks like it wants to join green, but I don't know that I can prove that it has to. Oh, maybe this green's going to be a U coming up around here. Okay, this has to be yellow or red. And this has to be green or red. I bet you could use uniqueness. I'm not going to. I bet you could use uniqueness to figure out what color it has to be. This green has to be careful not to become an N, because it's touching an N. Very good, Smottagarian. So if this green comes here, then it's forced to be an N. So this green can't make it this far. And so because this green can't make it this far, that means that green always has to take this cell in order to avoid Nning, as they say. Green could take this cell, but even if it did, it still can't take that one, so it always takes that one. But now green accidentally finished. And so green takes the shape of U. This comes down here. It can't zig back, and so this is an N. We've got the beginnings of an I or an L forming here, because all of that is forced. That's certainly forced. Let's see. Do I know anything about colors yet? This touches blue and green, but I don't think I yet know. But I bet this is going to turn out to be red, so that's going to sort of retroactively tell me that this was yellow, and that's going to bounce back up. It's not really logic, but it's, logic adjacent. Let's see. This doesn't have to be avoid being... Oh, no, this does have to avoid being a blue N. So even if this comes here, it can't go down. Right. So since even if this takes this cell, it can't go down, that means this cell's always part of this region. Because otherwise this blue has become an N. Now, we know about that edge, so we get that line in there as well. Now, this can't take this cell, if this took this cell, we've now made this blue, but it's now 6 cells. So 6 is too many. So it can't take that cell. I'm still not resolving if this has become blue or not. But it can't take that cell. It might be blue, but it has to come down. Oh, here's a good point from Ad 11. If it's not blue, then that would mean it would come down like this, and it would be an L, but it's touching an L. So it is blue, and it's a blue T. Blue. Like this. We can't take the L, as they say, indeed. Okay, so this can't be blue because it would be a blue touching a blue, so now this blue has to escape downward. That forces this to be an I, as predicted. So this is now a red I. Okay, and so now that's exciting, because as predicted, that has now forced this to be yellow, because it sees every other color. Now this is red, because it sees every other color. And now this is green, because it sees every other color. Okay, whatever this is, it goes down, so that's going to push the blue down further. The blue is going to go down further. And in fact, the blue has to keep going down. But the blue can't become an I. And so if the blue went one further down, it would become an I. So the blue, in fact, has to make an L like this. I imagine in terms of uniqueness, it was a nightmare to make sure you got those color reactions. I guess you could always add a given color if you didn't have it turn out being unique. But there are certain combinations where if you got a whole border, then you wouldn't be able to disambiguate the colors. Again, I'm not using that, but I'm just thinking about setting this is the thing I noticed. This is forced to become a V, exactly as Jim Baker says. So we get an edge in here. And now this is forced to go at least that far. It touches currently neither an N nor a W, I think. There's definitely something coming down here. There's something coming down at least that far. This can't go down further. Because if this went down further, it would have two options. It would either be an L or an I, and it touches both. So this thing actually is forced over to here. And it can't take this one above because there's a border given. So this V's. Uh-oh. There's a wait in chat. What did I screw up? Was it that argument? Oh, it could be a Y. Oh, I always forget about Y. Yeah, this could be a Y. I feel like if you go back through the zetamath stream archive, you could find probably at least a dozen instances of me forgetting that the Y pentomino exists. Oh, but beautiful point from Acid Helm. It would be, if this took this cell, it would see all the colors. So it can't. So for a completely different reason than the reason I said, it can't take that cell. And so it does V. But again, for a completely different reason than I said, because then it would see every color, and it certainly can't see every color. That would not work well. So now this is forced into this arrangement. This isn't touching a T or a Y, so I don't think I know what it is yet. But I do know this is yellow. Good point, because now it touches red, blue, and green. It is a naked single yellow, as they say. So now this yellow can't grow up. This cell has to be green. This yellow has to grow out and still can't go up, so it's got to grow out even one more at least. These greens have to come out to here. Which actually forces this yellow to be an I. Green now can't be an I, so green must turn up and be an L. I must bold that. Ooh, and I'm missing a bold over there, too. Chat was going to be very mad. Have a good day, dad jokes. Green comes up here. Okay, so now this is forced to be the oft-forgotten Y, because it has no choice. So this is a Y. I probably know what color it is, because it sees everything except red, so this has got to be red. This is green or yellow, but I don't know which. I know this comes out here. And now, because this comes out here, it can't join this, or it would become size 6. So there's actually an edge here, which has now forced this to be a W. Because now that's the only way that this thing finishes. I think my favorite deductions in this are but then that would make this thing 6 cells, and so it can't do that. I really enjoy that for whatever reason. It tickles my brain in the right way. The new line is blue. The new line is blue. I don't understand what Amy means. Oh, this line. Is this line the line that's blue? Right, because these two things both... Okay, so here's Amy's point, which is beautifully noted. These two things both see red and blue. So these can only be green and yellow, which means they're a green-yellow pair. Which means that this domino here sees a green and a yellow, I don't know the order, and a red. That's gorgeous. So it sees green, yellow, and red, therefore it's blue. Well spotted. And it's definitely going to join its friend, this blue. I don't know exactly how, but that is very cool. Whether intended or not, that's awesome. let's see. Okay, let's see. This Perla is looking at, I think, this line. If it did this, it would have to be a W. Oh, it can't. Right. Okay. If this goes here, it now has two outlets. One would make it an F, and the other would make it a W, but it sees both, because that's a W and that's an F. So this can't go there, which means it has to go down further. Now, this is a whole new thing, but it's a new, so it's not that one. And so now this has to pook out this way. This thing sees an L, so it can't be an L. So it has to be a U. That's its only option. Jim notices it as I at the same time. So now this is a U. I think this is going to end up having to be a Z, but I'm not sure. This blue has to get out, so it's going to look like that at the very least. I now know it can't be a W, because this touches a W, so it can't take that cell. Let's see, it would be an F if it came here. That looks okay. It would be an N if it went here. That actually looks okay in both directions. Let's see. Do I have more coloring I can do? Let's see. I'm now looking at if these two are joined, then they must be blue, which isn't quite a problem, but forces quite a lot if it's true. Oh, that's a good way to see it. So that observation, Tesseralis sees a good way to use it. If this blue comes down here to make an F, now these two cells have to be connected, but they see all four colors. Very smart. So I can't possibly make this an F, and so therefore it is an N. That is very cute. So we can group that like that. We can extend that. And that forces us to extend this. This can't keep going, because if this extended to the left, it would be an L touching an L, so it must turn down, being a Z. Like that. Yeah, that was a very nice spot to Tesseralis there. Again, just more awesome puzzly goodness. Okay, and now this U, we finally know what color it is, because now this U sees green, blue, and red, so now the U is yellow. And now this W sees yellow, blue, and red, so it's green. And now this L sees blue and red and green, so it's yellow. This thing has to get out. Again, it can't turn back on itself, so it has to keep getting out. This thing has to get out. That has put an edge in there while we're at it. Oh, this thing could be a U. Let's see. Why is the Z not red? This Z? Sorry, no, this Z. This Z was green because it went through a given green, is the reason, Isabella. I realized it is impossible to tell which colors were given and which were not. Oh no, we're going to have to count over down here to see what's going on, aren't we? I was looking at the U there. Yeah, so if... I'm trying to think about this carefully. So, Woofer says if... Oh, sorry. Woofer says if the line goes down. So, yeah, so if this goes down and makes an L, then how many cells are over here? And the answer is 5, 10, 14. I cannot make pentominoes out of 14 things, so this can't go down. So that forces this to be a U. That's pretty cool. I like that. I particularly like that it was very easy to count. Thank you for verifying that 14 is not divisible by 5, Screaming Ice Cube. So now all of these are forced, and actually that's forced to go there, and actually it's forced to go there. It just has to be a Y. It has no life choices, unfortunately. Very sad. This is going to come down here like that. If this doesn't take this cell, then this cell's region is going to come over, and this is only going to be 4 cells. So this always takes that cell. And now if this becomes a W, then it isolates this cell, so it doesn't, so it becomes an F. So we can delinify all of these. And now this is forced outright to be an I. It has no optionalities. I should look at color, because chat is pointing out some things about color. So this F sees all of red, green, and yellow. So this should be blue. So this can be yellow or green. And this can be yellow or green. So these two are a yellow-green pair, I suppose. This line is forced out that direction. I don't know if you're in the habit of submitting stuff to Cracking the Cryptic, Nell, but I feel like if ever there's a pencil puzzle that Cracking the Cryptic will do, it's this one. I think that they don't do many, but I feel like this one is of the quality and excitement and novelty that they might well engage in this. I bet you could put this in Sudoku Pad, actually. In other words, this is awesome. If that was not, that is a different way of saying the same thing. Let's see. If this line doesn't take this cell, then it has to go across. But unfortunately, it's in a position where it can be an L. It can't be a U. Oh, but it could be an... Oh, I was hypothecating it not taking this cell. So this would have to be... This would have to be an L. Okay. So, assuming that this line does not take that cell, it has to come out here. Now, it can't take this cell because it would be a U. So it'd have to take this cell, which would force it to be an L, but then this would also be an L, and an L would touch an L, and L's can't touch L's. So this always takes that cell, is the thing I am saying, really. Maybe the easier observation is that can't be that. I'm not registering as dropping frames. It has to be yellow, other colors don't work. Okay, why? Okay. If this is not yellow... Oh, right. Okay. There's the easy way to see it. So, as Ad11 says, if this now W's, then it now sees green, red, yellow, and blue. 4 is the perfect number of colors for this, because that's just plausible. So now this does have to be yellow. So that's probably going to let us backfill some coloring. So now that's yellow. And so this eye pentomino now sees yellow, red, and blue. So it's green. And so now this sees red, green, and blue. So it's yellow. This blue now has to extend at least actually this blue is just completely forced to be a V. It has no options. This extends out, this extends up. For sure. Okay, so if we count these cells, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 8 cells. So something has to poke above here. In fact, probably by 2. Can't quite make any... Oh, maybe should I count all the way up to here? 2, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 23, 27. I count 27 of these. So this can't be a line. Those have to connect. If I look up there. There we go. There's an easy way to do it with that Isabella has given me, which is that if these aren't the same, then this one comes out, and so this is forced to be a Z, but it's a Z touching a Z. That doesn't work. So they are the same. And now this can't be an F. So that's a T. This is actually the string I visualized in my mind when I was trying to break something. So I'm pleased that I successfully visualized the T and the U going in without breaking it. So the T is red just by virtue of what it touches. Oh, I'm missing an edge over here. And so now this U is blue, which is going to be very helpful for the given blue up there, because now this given blue can't come down. And so it's going to have to grow out instead of down. I'm going to have something here that's not going to be blue. It's probably, yeah, this line now, if I try to have these two be the same, I'm going to have a huge problem because there's 5 cells down here, and 5 is a multiple of 5. Screaming Ice Cube can verify. So I can't leave a not multiple of 5 number of cells under there, which I would do if I did anything but that. Right, and so now the blue is forced. So the blue is forced to take this V shape. And so now the yellow is forced, which is forced to take this Z shape. Let's go ahead and color those in. There's the blue. There's the yellow. The green now escapes up here. And so now the green can't turn that way, so it has to keep going. And so we get a green L. The research team has verified that 5 is a multiple of 5, so we are happy to have that. Now there's got to be something that starts up here. I don't know what it is, but it's something. Let's see. Do I need to figure out how many of these things I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, there's 4 Pentominoes left. This can't be an L. That's a good point. Okay, that's the point. This can't be an L, which it would be if it didn't take this cell, because it can't become 6 cells. So this always takes this cell, is the point. And once it always takes that cell, it can't take that cell, which now forces all of that, actually. That's a yellow V. Very nice. Okay, and now this can't be a V, and it can't be a, so it's a Y or an N. I don't think I know whether it's a Y or an N yet. I do know that these connect. Okay, now I've got to be careful about things touching all the colors somehow. So this up here is blue or red, I suppose. Right, border under here, right. If this came down, it would be a V, is the point. That followed from what I said, but Carl pointed out I did not actually write it in, which means I can write in this line here. So these are now part of the same family. Let's see. Oh, and now there's only 3 pentominoes left? Yes, now there's 3 pentominoes left. Right. So if these were in different pentominoes, this would need to join one of them, and it can't. Okay, I can explain that. So this is Garion's point, but it's a good one. So there are 3 pentominoes left, because that's 15 divided by 5. If these two aren't connected, then my 3 pentominoes are this one, and this one. And the question is, what are these 2 blue cells? And the answer is none of them, because they can't join that. And they can't join that. So, in fact, these do join, like that. Okay, this definitely touches blue. No matter how the world works, this has to touch blue, because otherwise I have to make this pentomino play, God, what's the word again? I cannot think of this word today. Words in general today are hard, apparently. Gooseberry, there we go. This pentomino would have to play gooseberry between this pentomino and blue, and that's never going to happen. So this needs to be blue, this needs to not be blue. It's going to touch blue somewhere. And so this is green, is the upshot, because it sees everything else. And now that makes this plus sign blue. And now that assuredly does something. Right. So now the question is, what pentomino takes this cell? It can't be blue, and it's certainly not that one unless it teleports. So therefore, that is the last green. So let's make it blue. So that is the last green. I can remove some extra lines. Okay. Now, these 2 cells are automatically blue. They have no remaining optionality. And so now this can't be a Y, though, because it now touches a Y. So it now has to be an N. So that's blue. And now we have finished our ominoes. We have to make sure we finish all of our borders. We can remove the line. Let's see. We have solid borders. It looks like we have solid borders everywhere. So we just need to decide what color this is. And it is red. That's true. Penpa does have betting trees built in. We really should have done a betting tree, and you would have had very good odds of getting it. Because it would have been 1 in 4. That was an excellent puzzle, Nell. I really enjoyed that a great deal. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of a nightmare was this to set? I could imagine it going either way. Let's see. Oh yeah, you could bet on what pentomino shape it would end up being. That is that would have been interesting. You have to bet on both color and pentomino and get it right. Yes, this is, yes, excellent puzzle. I really enjoyed that. It was very consistent throughout in terms of difficulty and interest. I had no complaints. Alrighty. I am going to take a short break, and then I will be back, and there will be more puzzles yet to come. So hang around, and I'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed that musical interlude. We incorporated music from I Am Kibitz, who is one of my favorite YouTubers. YouTube I Am Kibitz, if you want to watch some hilarious videos about making factories and other things, like various sorts of automation, economy, city building, that kind of games. But he also is a music artist and published an album that was DMCA free, so Tristan incorporated it. So very cool to see that. I agree with Nell. I would like to see more puzzles that use that rule. That would be cool. Or variations thereof. Hey, Nicholas, welcome. Alrighty. So next up, we have an arrow puzzle by Joseph Nehme. So the number in the circle is the sum of the digits along the arrow. So these 3 digits sum to that digit, which is the same as the sum of those 2 digits. We are not allowed to repeat digits along the indicated diagonal. So that's what the blue lines are. And this digit is odd, so we might as well pencil mark it now. So shall we make the betting tree the odd cell? I kind of want to make the betting tree the odd cell, because I assume that the use of one odd cell means that this is a disambiguator that we probably won't get until the very, very end of the puzzle. I could be wrong. This could go radically badly, when this could be the first cell we learn. Who knows? But we'll try it. Sorry. I need to scoot. Yes, I do enjoy videos of people breaking Satisfactory and Factorio and all of those things. It is delightful. Let's Game It Out, I think, tends to break things in the most delightful way. All right, so the completely rote thing to do in an arrow puzzle is to say, this is at least 3 cells, so the minimum it could be is 6. So this is 6. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9. And whatever this digit is, I know that in this box, it lives down here. Because it can't repeat on its own arrow. So I know that in this box, it lives over here. Yeah, my favorite combination is the Kibitz reacting to Let's Game It Out's Satisfactory playthrough. Okay, and it can't be here, because this cell is the same as this cell, and they see yellow. Several people in chat pointing that out, yep. So it would be very interesting if yellow showed up on this, but I don't know that it would be anything super exciting. See, Carl says it has to be row 5, column 7. I'm trying to figure out why. Why it can't be on this arrow. Because that seems to be the thing that this setup wants me to think about, but I have yet to understand why. Row 6, column 7 arrow. Why can't this be a 6 and it show up here and this be like a 7 or something? Ah! Wow. Okay, yes, genius. Right. Okay, got it. So yellow is the sum of these 3 digits. So if there's a yellow in here, so let's just imagine, just for purposes of illustrating this point, because I think it's good. Imagine that this arrow, the yellow is here. Then this arrow is actually the sum of these 4 digits. But the sum of these 4 digits is at least 10. That doesn't work. So the point of chat is yellow has to be here. So we get that yellow. So this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. And that is going to do something maybe. Right. I should have noticed this. I don't know how I missed this, but these, if I'd have noticed this to start, it would have made seeing the other thing much easier. There's 5 arrow cells in row 5 that are going in 2 arrow circles. So that means these 5 cells sum to at least 15. That means these 2 circles sum to at least 15, which means they're both at least 6. So this has to be 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know how I missed that, but I did. So these 2 sum to at least 15, for whatever that is worth. I'm trying to think about, like, where does yellow show up on this diagonal or something, but I don't think we have much optionality yet. Oh, this is a length 3 arrow that I just didn't even notice was there. So this length 3 arrow is also going to have a sum of 6, 7, 8, or 9. And so we can do a similar trick. Right. And so no. Okay. So these 2 digits, their sum goes here and hence here. And so the sum of all 5 of these digits is the sum of these 2 circles, but there could be a repeat because this digit could show up over there. Okay, so we have a very good spot for Medi, which is that we actually know where yellow is in row 3, roughly. Because yellow can't repeat on yellow's arrow. Yellow can't repeat in a column with yellow. Yellow can't repeat on yellow's arrow. Can't repeat in a column with yellow. Can't repeat on a diagonal with yellow. And so one of these 2 cells is yellow, which gives us a Jovi wing on yellows, which is preposterous and amazing. And what that means is that yellow shows up on one of these 2 cells. But that means that we know what yellow is, because the only 6, 7, 8, 9 number that can show up on a 3-cell arrow is a 6. And it has to go with a 1 and a 2, which makes this a 9. And we get to bring in Zach for our 9 dance, which is one of his favorites. Woo-ba-doop, woo, ba-doop, ba-doop, woo, ba-doop, ba-doop, woohoo, ba-doop, ba-doop, wow, watcha, ba-doop, ba-doop, woohoo, ba-doop, 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 boo, ba-ba-doop, ba-ba-doop, ba-ba. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So let's fill in that means that yellow is 6 everywhere that yellow appears. This is a 9 because these 2... No, sorry, it wasn't those 2. No, it is those 2. Yes, this has to be a 9 because this has to be 4, 5. This has to be 1, 2, 3. These have to be 7, 8, 9. That one's not the 9. The betting tree is not a 1. Let's see. Does this have to be 1, 2, 3, or because I can repeat digits, is there a different way to do it? This is 1, 5, or 2, 4. I can at least say that much. I know the 9 is in one of these 2 cells. Well, this can't be anything but 1, 2, 3 for sure. But this could be a 1. So normally I could sneak a 4 on here, but I actually can't anymore. Because if I want to put a 4 up here, I have to go 1, 4, 1, but that would break the 6 arrow. This is much trickier than most Joseph Nehme puzzles, which is not a complaint, but usually Joseph Nehme is a little gentler. So I can't put a 4 here. So these definitely are from 1, 2, 3. And so the question is, can I repeat a digit on here? And the answer, I think, is no, because if I was to repeat a digit, what would the digit I repeated be? And so let's say I repeat a 1. Well, then that would be 2 1s. This would need to be a 4. We've already said that doesn't work. If I repeat 2 2s, I actually inherit a third 2. And if I repeat 2 3s, I'm already adding to 6, and I need a 0. So this is an authentic 1, 2, 3 triple, which means that we have a virtual 1, 2, 3 triple in this row. So the 3 is up here. This isn't a 3. And so these digits are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I am being told that this is not a 6 or a 9. This is not a 6 or a 9. This is not a 6. So we have that. So now this needs to be at least a 5. So this can be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But this digit's also at least a 4. Got it, because there's a 1, 2, 3 triple here. So this is at least a 4. And if this is at least a 4 and that's at least a 4, this can't be 5, 6, or 7. And this can't be 7 or 8. So this is a 4, 5, and a 4 or 5 because of the 1, 2, 3 triple here. So this is an 8 or a 9. And that's a 4, 5. That's a virtual 4, 5 triple in the row. It's very possible that this was on Cracking the Cryptic. Joseph Nehme is very popular on Cracking the Cryptic. So there's a 4, 5 here and a 4, 5 here. So there's no 4, 5s for the rest of the row. So we inherit that. Let's see. I'm impressed that you remember it. I must say. So maybe I should look at what this digit can be. So it can't be 1, 2, 3. It could be 4, 5, I think. It can't be 6. Sorry, it can't be 4. Let's start again. It can't be 1, 2, 3. It can't be 4, because that would make both of these 5. That would add to 10. So this could be 5. It can't be 6. It could be 7 or 8. It can't be 9. So this is only from 5, 7, 8. At the very outside. And if it's 5, this is an 8. This sum here is a little restricted because it can't use both a 1 and a 2, so it's at least a 4. It's not the best deduction I've ever made in my life. I'm trying to make my 7, 8, 9 triple work on my diagonal, but I don't see it. Same for the arrow in row 8, column 4. Oh, does this see exactly the same things? Do I know that this one can't be 3? I don't think I see why... Oh, right. It can't be 3 for the reason I just said, because this can't be 1, 2. So this can't be 3. It can't be 4, because it would make both of those 5. I think it could be 5. It can't be 6. It could be 7 or 8, and can't be 9. Okay, so these are also from 5, 7, 8. I just have to listen to myself, and then I would have known that. I said the important piece out loud, but then did not follow through. And now we've got a 5, 7, 8 triple, as multiple people in chat are pointing out. So one of these two is 5, which makes that a 4, which is unfortunately the somewhat boring option, but that makes this 1, 5. Which makes that 2, 3, which makes that 1. It also it also means I can fill in the rest of the column. So I need a 1, 2, 3. And then we've got a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so these are from 1, 2, 3. Those I know aren't 1. So that is the 1 for the column. So I've got that. Let's see. I saw something else it did right away, and now I've lost it. Oh, well. Right. But the point is, one of these is 5. There we go. One of these is 5. So one of these is 5. So this is not 5. It's 4, and that's 8. That is the thing I'm supposed to... Those are the words I'm supposed to say. So we've got that. Let's see. Where is 2 on this diagonal? Asks More Crabs. There's a 1, 2, 6 triple down here, so it's not down there. And there's a 2, 3 pair up here, so it's not down there. So the only place it can live is there. Very smart. So there's a 2 down here by Sudoku, which makes a Jovi wing on 2s between there and there. So now the 2 in column 7 can only live down in one of these cells, for whatever that is worth. Not necessarily a lot right away, but I'm hoping it will pay more dividends in the future. Let's see. So one of these is a 5. Can I do anything with the fact that one of these is a 5? I don't think so. I can get rid of my yellows. And then just pencil mark that I know one of those is a 6 and one of those is a 6, because that's all it's really doing. 3 on the positive diagonal notes, Josh, is now restricted down to here. Because these can't be 2 or 3, so one of these has to be 3. That is smart. And 6 on this diagonal is actually restricted up here. Isabella notes it as I am scanning and noting that as well. There's a 6 up here somewhere. Where is 9 in column 3? Asks Carl. 9 in column 3 has to be up here somewhere, so these aren't 9. So that gives us a 6, 7, 8 triple. That's so weird. That gives us a 6, 7, 8 triple in the row, which then means that's a 9. I love that. And that being a 9 makes that a 7, an 8, and a 9. Means these aren't 8, and that's not 7, but as soon as that's not 7 either. And so that is 5 and 5 and 7 and 7. So you guys just progress all over the place. That is an 8 because of the diagonal, is why that was red, if you're curious. It's because there was already a... there's already a 7 on the diagonal, which is what made that an 8. The betting tree is not 5 or 7, if you are playing the home game. Let's see. So these digits are 5, 6, 8, 9. Those aren't 6. Those aren't 9. That was not as exciting as I had hoped. These digits are from... yeah, I know there's a 6 down there, I guess. So what are these? They could be 1 or 2 or 3, but they're not 4, 5, 6, 7... And one of them is an 8. Right. This is just the only place for an 8 in the column. Yeah, that's the only place for an 8 in the column. So yeah, so one of these is a 3. Sure. So now where is 8 on this diagonal? 8 on this diagonal now has to go down here somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, this did the damage of resolving everything in sort of the 5-7 business. And yeah, the diagonal stuff. But what exactly caused that? Oh, I think it was observing... right. It was asking where the 9 went in column 3. That was the root of the thing, was Carl asking where's the 9 in column 3, and it was up here, which then magically turned this into a 6, 7, 8 triple, which then placed the 9, which placed the 7, and then everything fell apart. This can't be a 1 or a 2, because there's a 1 or a 2 on the 5 arrow. So there's a virtual 1-2 pair, making that a 6. Let's look at More Crab's point. 3 in box 7. There's a 3 in box 7. So I should delete the center marks, is what we're saying. So there's already a 3 down here, is the point. And so the bet cell, therefore, sees every odd number except 9. And so the bet cell is a 9. So congratulations if you bet 9. Placing a 9 there. Oops. I feel like 9 is not the most common of bets, but we'll... If you guessed 9, congratulations. And so now 9 needs to go on this diagonal, joining 6. I feel like I'm obligated to say the word nice. These are the other things on this diagonal. 3, which include a 3 and a 4. So these two cells are a 7 and an 8, and they're apparently resolved. Thank you, Sven. 8 and 7. Sven often has some nice points about Sudoku things. So that's not the 6, so that is the 6. So that is a 5-8 pair. So what are these? They're from 1, 2, 3, 4. Not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, and not 9. So yeah, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, which gives us an actual 1, 2, 3, 4 quad in row 9. Thank you to Isabella pointing that out. So that 1, 2, 3, 4 quad, it gives us a 5, 7, and an 8 over here. This is not a 7. That's not an 8. So where are the other 2 of these on the diagonal? So I guess if... Oh, I know one of these is 7, right? So I just need one more of these to go on the diagonal. Right. The 8 can't go here anymore. Let's do that. I have pencil marked 8 on this diagonal in one of these 2 cells. It can't be that one because there's a 5, 7, 8 triple down here. So the 8 is in fact here to go on that diagonal. Okay, and now the question is, where is 5 on this diagonal? And so 5 is either there or there. I don't think I know which one. I can fill in this triple, though. Let's do that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is not a 4. This could be anything. It could even be a boat, etc., etc. Let's see. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 1. Wow, the Sudoku. I'm Sudokuing as fast as I can, and it's not Sudokuing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. There's the 9. So we got a Sudoku. And so that 9 over there makes that a 6, makes that a 7, makes that a 6, makes that a 9. We successfully a Sudoku. 6 now is placed in box 9 because 6 can't repeat on this diagonal. So the 6 is now here by Sudoku. Let's see. So this row, if we look at it, needs a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. That's it. It needs a 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad in this box. So these are the other ones. These are 6 and 8, and that's resolved. 8 and 6. In that order. This is not a 2, so that's not a 3. I don't think that's going to be the key to the kingdom, but I keep noticing it, so I'm going to fill it in. Let's see. These are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is not a 2 or an 8. That's not a 2 or an 8, so that's a 3, 7 pair. So these aren't 3 or 7, and that one's also not 8. So it is a 2, and that's an 8. And that's a 3, and that's a 2, and that's a 7, and that's a 3. This isn't 2 or 3. Ah, okay. So that's not 2 or 3, which makes this a 1 or a 4. And so here's a secret for you. I know these two add to 5, but I know all 4 of them add to 10, which means these also add to 5. But these add to 5 and are looking at a 1, 4. So these have to be a 2, 3. And so they have to go in that order. And so now these are the 1, 4. Oops. So that is a 2 and a 3. These are a 1, 4 pair, making that a 2 and a 1, and that a 3 and a 4. And so if we follow Sven, we'll note neither of those can be a 2 anymore, so that's a 2. We will note that that can no longer be a 3, so it's a 5, and an 8, and a 5, and a 4, and a 1, and a 3, and a 2, apparently, and a 3, and a 2, and a 3, and a 1, and a 5, and a 4, and a 1, and a 1 over here, and a 4 up there, 3, 2, 4. Let's see. This is a 5, 7 pair, which makes that the 4 and the 5, and the 7 and the 5 and the 7, and the 4 and the 5, and the 1. Let's see. I still in this box need a 3, and it goes there, and a 9 that goes there, and I still in this box need a 1, and it goes there, and a 5, and it goes there. Very neat puzzle. I really enjoyed that. It was definitely trickier than most Nehme arrow puzzles I have done, or Zoo's arrow puzzles. It's interesting because Joseph Nehme is sort of the reverse of the usual, because a lot of setters in the community will sort of talk in chat under their quote-unquote real name, and then set under a pseudonym of some sort. But Joseph Nehme is the opposite, because Joseph Nehme always participates in chat as Zoos on the CTC Discord, and then sets under Joseph Nehme, so you have to keep track of the bijection backwards. Alrighty. I am going to go dig us up another puzzle, and then we will be back with more Sudoku adventures. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back. I cannot quite tell you how this got in the bucket, but there's a Tyrgannus puzzle in the bucket, so I'm going to do it. I love Tyrgannus puzzles. And it fits the theme, because earlier we did a Math Pesto killer puzzle with entropic lines. Now we're going to do a Tyrgannus puzzle with entropic lines and killer. So remember, the digits in the cages can't repeat and sum to the digit at the top left. So these three sum to 9. This digit can't repeat there, but these three sum to 11. And along my entropic lines, I always have, for every set of 3 consecutive digits, a low, a middle, and a high. So a 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6, and a 7, 8, 9 are always present. And that is it. Now, sorry, for the longer entropic lines, the same is true of any string of 3 consecutive digits along the entropic line. So basically, they end up forming a repeating sequence of high, low, middle in some order. Alrighty, so Tyrgannus is a master killer setter, so I'm sure this is going to be an adventure. So first thing I notice is that the 8 cage needs 2 low digits. This needs the last low digit. So these 3 can't be low. So these are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, actually, yeah, and 2 of them are high, because I can't put any highs in the 8 cage. I only can put 1 high there. So there's 2 highs over there, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. The 9 cage has a similar story. I need 2 lows in the 9 cage. The third low is here, so these are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 2 of the highs are over here, and 2 of the highs are over here. When I say that, I'm looking at the 21 cage. How many highs does the 21 cage need to have? Because I'm now realizing I'm going to break the puzzle if I don't do this 21 cage right, I think. Okay, this 21 cage always has 2 highs in it. But if this digit was high, it would break the puzzle. Because if this digit was high, oh, maybe not? Maybe it wouldn't. No, it would. Okay. So if this digit is high, here's what happens. Either that digit's also high or that digit's also high. Because a 21 cage, as you can see, if you've not noticed this, at the top left of your corner, top left corner of your screen, all of the ways to make 23 are there. It needs 2 highs. If this is high, either that's high or that's high. Let's just do if that's high. There's a high on this. That's all the highs for the row, so neither of those is high. And now I can't put 3 highs in this box, because I can put 1 here and 1 here. So in fact, and exactly the same thing happens in this column, because I also have an entropic line to absorb this. So these 2 are the high ones. This one is the middle. It's a 4, 5, or a 6. And now I can do the same trick over here. If I make this a high... Oh, no, sorry, I can't quite. But these can't both be high. That's the point. If these were both high, I wouldn't have a high for this. So therefore, this can't be... This has to be one of the highs. So this is a 4, 5, or a 6. Sorry. So this is not the 4, 5, or 6. These can't both be high, so one of the highs is there. That's what I mean to say. So there's a middle here, and a middle here. There's a high here, and a high here. And so therefore, the only things left for these cells are low. I've accounted for everything else. So these are from 1, 2, 3. I think that's what Isabella was seeing in a slightly different way. This one's not a 1. So I've got that. I probably should start coloring these, because I will lose my Zeta card if I don't. So highs I'm going to make orange, lows I'm going to make blue, and middles I am going to make the other one green. There we go. That is high contrast enough that we can work with it. So let's look at that. And so in column 1, I am told we can do the same thing. So there's a middle here. Oh, sorry. First, before we do that, we have to do this. So I can't have 2 highs here or I break this line. So this digit's always a high. Let's do that one first. So this is orange. But now this is a middle high combo. That's a middle high combo. And there's a middle and a high here. So these have to be low. So they're from 1, 2, 3. So we get that. These 2 lows in this box, looking at these cells, are interesting. For sure. Got some very suspicious stuff going on. Let's see. Garian says this has to be lower. I break row 3. Right. The 8 cage needs 2 lows, but the 8 cage's 2 lows can't be here, or then there's no low on this. So that's always low. Same sort of logic we've been doing around the corners. So this is always 1, 2, or 3. So we've got that. So that's 2 lows there. Can these possibly neither of them be low? Unfortunately, I think that is possible, right? Yeah, these could be 4, 6, or 4, 5. So I was just noticing, I was asking myself if this could be blue because of what it would do to this 11 cage, but I think it would be okay. It would make that blue, but I don't think that's a problem. This 21 cage also has 2 highs in it, for whatever that is worth. Don't know. What about the 13 cage? I haven't thought about the 13 cage at all. Is there anything interesting to be said about the 13 cage? It always contains a low digit. It might contain 2 low digits. It might okay, yeah, the 13 cage is a mess. Right. The 9 cage, Isabella points out, and Eric also points out, it also needs 2 lows. They can't both go here, or that's all the lows for the row, and that breaks. So this is always low. So this is 1, 2, or 3. For sure. So that's 2 lows for this column. This 10 cage needs 2 lows, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. 1, 4, 5, darn. If the 10 cage needed 2 lows, I could pencil in that had to be low, but sadly it doesn't work. Okay, so now Garian asks, where are the lows in this column? There's lots of places I can't put them. I can't put them there because those are already marked. That would repeat a low on this. Exactly one of these 3 is low. I'm just going to leave it there. That's 1 low. This cell, this is the key to Garian's observation. This cell can't be low, or that would be all the lows for the row, and I would have no lows to put in my 9 cage. That's not going to work. So in fact, these are always both low. So these are from 1, 2, 3. And even if those are 5, this is still 8 or 9. So if these are 2 and 3, I still need an 8 or a 9 here. So this is always high. And 1, 2 just doesn't work. So I need a 3 in here, always. Oh, we need a bedding tree. We never put down a bedding tree. Let's put the bedding tree here. We'll put the bedding tree there. So now, where is the high on this entropic line? And the answer is it can't be here, because now I have all the highs there. So that's the high on this entropic line. And now that's all the highs for this column. So that's cool. So that can't be high, for whatever that is worth. I don't know. is the answer. Okay, this is middle, though, because it's not high or low, so that's middle for sure. Okay, and now this cell. This cell sees... Wait. This cell sees a middle... Sorry, it sees all the highs. And it sees... Oh, this cell has to be a middle. That's the thing I'm missing. Because these are high, and there's a high there, so this can't be high anymore. This is middle, which makes this high, because I needed only one middle down there, so this is 7, 8, 9. And now this cell sees visibly 3 highs and 3 middles, so it's low. Which now means that this string of 2 doesn't have a low on it, and so therefore that's low, because I need every string of 3 to have a low on it, because all the lows are going in the box is the point, and so that being low makes that also low. So we've got all of that going on. This 11 cage now has no lows in it. Sorry, it needs a low. But these cells have no lows in them. In fact, actually, this cell's not a 1 anymore while I'm marking things that are things. But all the lows in column 7 are gone. This is what chat has been on while I was filling in these blues. These can't be low because all the lows in the column are gone. But I need a low in an 11 cage, so this is always blue. And I always, in fact, need a 1 or a 2. But these now need to be both middle. Because there is no, if you just look at the 11 combinations, there is no 11 cage with only 1 low and also a high. I guess you can just sort of figure that out. So these are both middle, it looks like to me, if I have understood math correctly. So those are both green. One of these is green. Okay, so these are both green. One of these two is green. That's all the greens for the box. This cell sees all the blues in the column and all the greens in the box, so it's orange for sure. So that is nifty. Okay. Yeah, there's so many things happening, it's impossible to keep up with all the things now. Let's see. So these are 4, 5, 6, and they can't be 5, 6. So there's always a 4. I think someone in chat pointed out there always has to be a 4, so there's always a 4 in there. Let's see. Okay. Take a deep breath, pause, enjoy the world. Okay, so... so now we know what the 8 cage is, Carl points out. Because now, remember, I should have done this first. This is the first step, and then we'll do Carl's point next. And Carl's point will be easier. All the blues are gone. This can't possibly be high. It's an 8 cage. So this is the last green for the column. These are the oranges then to finish out the column. That being orange makes that orange as well, which makes these 2 green. But this needs to be blue because my 8 cage needs 2 blues in it. But now I know what the green is that's in the 8 cage, because I can't put a 6 in an 8 cage. So this has to be a 5. And 5 goes with 1, 2. So these aren't 3. They are 1, 2. That is 3. Oh, and we get to do our 5 dance. Sorry, Zach. He was whispering in my ear, jumping up and down in my lap a bit. We get to do the 5 dance. Woo! Woo! Doop, doop, doop. Wah! Bop, bop. Woohoo! Woohoo! We got a 5. And now that's a 1. Because these are a 4, 6. That's a 5 because the box needs a 5 in green, and that's a 4-6 pair. These I can fill out aren't 5. This seems to not be a 3 anymore. So one of these is a 7, because that's not a 7. In fact, actually, we could just green both of these while we're coloring. Oh no, I'm sorry about that, meme. I'd hate to do puzzles that you also do. Yeah, I've occasionally done that as well, where it's like, oh no, a streamer I like is doing puzzle that I kind of want to do. But then I sometimes just rely on my poor memory to help me through it. Let's see. So that's a 1-2 pair. Okay. So my 9 cage needs to have a green. So that's all the greens for the row. So this is a green-blue pair. So these aren't green. Yeah, so this cell in particular, this cell is not green, and it's certainly not blue, because you can't put a blue in a 21 cage. So this cell is orange. See, Garion has a point about row 6, column 9. I'm gonna guess the point is that it sees a 1 and a 3, so it's a 2, which is a good point. So these aren't 2. So this is 2. Oh, is it Nell's Pentomino puzzle? Because that puzzle was amazing. I highly recommend it if you... I mean, it sounds like you were already going to do it anyway. But I highly recommend it anyway. So these are 7, 8, 9. Well, you're in for a treat then, is the conclusion that I have come to. So how many lows does this 10 cage need? Oh, that's right. It does not always need 2 lows. Darn. I do not want to speculate how long it would have been if I'd have noticed this, or until I'd noticed this if Carl hadn't pointed this out. But there are 3 digits that add to 13, and 2 of them are 1 and 3. What's the third? We can do a little algebra and solve for x to figure out that x is 9. And so that is also 9. This is not 9. Let's see. 14 cage without a 1 sounds at least a little bit interesting. But not a lot interesting, if I am being completely honest. Yeah, the 10 cage can't have 2 lows in column 3 is the thing I keep noticing. And then there's also this 5 looking at it, but then it starts to feel casey if I think about it too much. So I've been sort of trying to look back at that in a second. Let's see. Medi would like me to look at highs in box. Ah, yes, gorgeous. Okay. All the highs in this column are gone. So in particular, none of these are high. Only one of these is high. That means 2 of these are high. And if 2 of these are high, that means they can't both be in the 10 cage, but one of them does have to be in the 10 cage. So that's high. This is a high-low pair. And as soon as I have a high in here, I actually need to have this being low. And in fact, I know exactly what it is. The only high I can fit in the 10 cage is a 7. So this is a 1, 2, 7 cage. And this digit is not the 1 and it's not the 7. So that digit's the 2. This is a 1, 7. So therefore that's a 2. The 1, 7 and the 2 look at this, which makes that a 3. That was a great spot to Medi. So that's a 1 and a 3. This is not a 3. This is an 8 or a 9. So let's see. 7 column 5 is orange. Right. There's definitely a middle in here. That completes the middles, and there's definitely a low in here. That completes the lows. Because this, I know, is a middle-low combo. It's the only way that that works. So this is orange. Aha! And so now this cell sees 3 oranges, because there's an orange here and 2 oranges there. So this is not orange, and therefore it must be green, because I can't put a low in a 3-cell 21 cage. I only actually get 1 green in a 3-cell 21 cage, so therefore this is orange. So one of these is a 9, I know. I know there's a 3 on this line, because that's what the low on this line is, for whatever that is worth. I know there's a 1 on this line, for whatever that's worth. It's not there. So there's a 1 down here somewhere, I guess. Sure. Oh, actually, no, sorry, I was going to say something silly. Never mind. I am being told I know row 7, column 6 equals 3. Ah, right, because I can't repeat the 3 in any universe. That 3 needs to go in row 7. Good spot. So that is the 3. Yes, of all things, sudoku. I was going to say because the 3 can't repeat in the 9 cage, but then I realized that was not even really, that was really being over generous with my interpretation of what was going on. Yeah, so I do need a 3 in here. Right. This cell sees all of the blues, because it sees 1, 2, and 3. So this cell isn't blue. So this cell's green, because I can't get bigger than green. And so this is a blue. This is a 1 or a 2. Thank you to 57 Thorns for that. Let's see. I'm being told this is not a 3. So this cell's not blue, for whatever that's worth. Okay, if the 14 cage has neither a 1 nor a 3, surely we must be getting to the point where the 14 cage is kind of interesting, at least, right? It now only has 2 options. It definitely contains a 2. Okay, that's interesting. So the 14 cage definitely contains a 2, and I know where it goes. It has to go here. I wonder if that's the intended deduction. I kind of doubt that's the intended deduction. But now these are 4, 8, or 5, 7. So they're a high-medium pair, is the point. But that's all the lows for this column. So these digits aren't low. So this digit's neither low by the column nor high by the box. And so because it's neither low nor high, it is medium. Also being pointed out, it can't be 5, 7 because I have 2 5s looking at it, which then makes me think this was the intended deduction. So that is a 4, 8 pair. Good spot. Yeah, those 5s, you can never fully trust them. So this, therefore, is a 5 or a 6. Those are the only options for that one. The last green of this box and the last orange are on this line, so therefore that's blue. And therefore it must be a 2 just by the row. So the low on this line is a 1, so it's over here somewhere. Let's see. This cell can't be low because the low's there, I guess. So these 2 cells are not low. These are each, I guess these are a middle high, maybe. never mind. I don't think that's what I want to think about with my life right now. Let's see. This is 1 high and 2 lows. I don't think that puts any pressure on this cell, though, unfortunately. Let's see. Garion says row 4, column 1, or row 6, column 1 is a blue 3. Okay, so the reasoning here, so one of these two is blue. That's part 1. That's because this cell being blue would make that cell blue. And that cell can't be blue because it's in a column with all the blues. So one of these two is blue. And then, why does one of these have to be a 3? Why can't it be a 2? Oh, because neither of them can be a 2. They just can't be. Gorgeously. Okay, so neither of them is a 2 because they both see a 2. Wow, how do you spot these things? That's amazing. Both of these see a 2 in their row, and they see a 1 in their box. So one of them is a 3. Wow, that is an intense deduction. So therefore that's a 1, and that's a 2, and that's a 1. And therefore I know what this digit is. It's a 5. I remembered that time. So therefore that's a 5. So that's a 6. So that's a 4. This is not a 5, apparently. That's not a 5 either. I now understand why. So that's a good question. So where is the 2 in this box? So it's not on the line, because one of those has to be a 3. And so therefore that's the 2. Good spot to Carl there. 2s are not green. Fun fact. So that's the 2. So these cells aren't low. The 1, 2, and 3 are already gone. And they're not high because all the highs are gone in the column. So these are both medium. Medium rare digits. 4, 5, and 6. Oops, that one is not a 5. So one of these two cells is a 3. I guess that's not super exciting off the top of my head. Maybe I should fill in what digits are left in this column. It feels wrong, but I should do it anyway. Oh, actually, let's just fill in that these are 8, 9 first. That seems like the easiest thing, because that I just put a 4 in a 21 cage that needs 2 digits and sum to 17. Those are 8 and 9. So, therefore, this digit's not high. Because if you look, this digit sees a 7, 8, and 9. So this digit's not the high digit on here. So this digit is either medium or low. Does that actually help? Maybe that doesn't actually help me at all. I recant. I thought it was going to be interesting, but I don't think it was. These digits are a 5, let's see, 6, a 7, and a 9. This one I see is not a 9, it's a 5 or a 7. Let's see. This is a 7, 8, or 9, for whatever that's worth. One of these is definitely a 9. If that's an 8, that's a 9. That doesn't seem exciting, but it's true. Let's see. I know that there's a 1 and a 3 in here, and that's not the 1. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. Where do we go now? I mean, I like the idea, actually, of more carefully studying how these are linked. So, Is there one of these that breaks? If this was middle, that would be middle, but it could be. Oh, this can't be high. Oh, but I already proved that in a different way. Let's see. If this were high, that would be high. That's plausible. If this were medium, it would be medium. That's plausible. Carl asks about greens in row 5. Good, because this can't be green. There's one green here, one green here, so this has to be green. Okay. Beautiful to Carl, as always. So 1, 2, 3, that is also green. So this is a 4 or a 6. Oops. And now, this is not green, and we said it's not orange because it sees 7, 8, 9. So this is blue, and that's blue. And so these are both orange. We said the blue here was going to be a 3. So that's not going to be a 3 anymore. This is going to be an 8 or a 9, but it's not a 9. So there's a 7 in the box. It looks at a 9, so that's an 8, and that's a 9 and an 8 and a 9. So that's not an 8 anymore. This is a 3 as well, because the other digits are gone. That 8 looks over and makes this cell green, and this cell orange. And I guess this is a 4 and an 8. And so that's a 6. That's not a 6. Let's try again. That is a 6. I 6'd better that time. That is not an 8. This is a 4 or 5. While we are tracking these sorts of things, this seems to not be a 3 anymore. So this cell now sees all the lows in the row and all the mediums in its box. So it is orange. And now these are both low because I need a 1 and a 3. So these are 1 and 3. These are 7 and 8. They're 7 and 8, but this one's not 8. So that's 7, that's 8. This cell has to be green because the row is done. This cell could be anything. Well, it can't be blue. Sorry, it can't be green. But it could be anything else. This is a 5 or a 6 because the 4 in the box is done. This isn't an 8, and that's not an 8, and that's not a 7. While we are at these things. Let's see. What is left? Oh, yeah, these two columns, Carl points out, I can color. So here we have a green left in the column. And here we have an orange left in the box. Orange. Let's try again. I have an orange left in the box. And the orange left in the box we know is an 8. So that's not an 8. And now 7 plus 9 is 16. That goes with a 5. So that's a 5. So that's a 4 and a 5. And more importantly, this isn't a 5 anymore. And so once that's not a 5, it gets to be orange. I mean, mostly it's important because I get to color something. And now this cell is not a 9 apparently. So this is the 7. That's the 9. That's not a 9. That is a 7 and a 9. Hey, Kodak, how are you? This is an excellent puzzle, Tyrgannus. This is like Tyrgannus sat down and was like, what puzzle can I make that will make Zeta the happiest? And made this puzzle as a result. So that's a 7. That's a 6 and a 4. That's a 6. Let's see. This is not a 7. Aha! And so this has become green. Can only be green. This is now just a 9. So this is a green. So it is a 4 or 6. And so it's not a 4. So it's a 6 and a 4. And this is an 8. This isn't a 9. I've got lots of damage done down here now. So that is a 7 and an 8 and a 9 and a 6 and a 4. Let's see. So if I look down here, let's just fill in. Yeah, let's fill in down here. That is a 7 or an 8. Let's see. Sorry, Sven sees something over in box 9. So that's a 4 and a 6 and an 8 and a 7 and an 8. That's not the right place for an 8. That's an 8. Yes, we can work out, Carl points out, what color this cell is, because there's a green on here, and there's a blue on here, so that's got to be orange. And once that's orange, we can disambiguate that this now has to be blue. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. So this is not blue. And so that's a 7, a 1 and a 7. This is now blue, green, because of the elimination of the last orange thing it could be. And so this is now orange by the column. So let's see. So let's go ahead and fill in. That is a 3 and a 1 and a 5 and a 7. So let's see. So these digits are a 3 and a 9, and we know the 9 goes there. So the 3 goes there. 9 and 3. So this column needs a 5 and a 6 and a 1. So this apparently is a naked single 5. So it's green. Let's priorities. So this is now the 1. So now by coloring, this is a 5. This is also green, actually. It is a 6. This is now a 1 by pencil mark or by coloring. Take your pick. This is the last low for the row. And the betting tree is going to work out to be green. So if you bet green, the green tree, you were correct. And so that is a 3. And the betting cell is a 4. Congratulations from Zach and I. If you bet 4. Was delightful. That was really well put together. Named after a Crash Bandicoot villain machine. Fascinating. Yeah, green is definitely the most appropriate tree color. Yeah, today has just been banger after banger in terms of puzzles. Really well put together. All right, and so I think to finish up, we're going to do a 6x6 equal sum lines puzzle by Isabella. I'm going to go dig up the link, but I will do one of those to finish up. I'll be right back. And we're back. So if you did not know, by the way, there is an official zetamath Discord. It is part of the Puzzle Plaza complex, the Sudoku industrial complex created by Ranksk, if you like. But there's a link in the description always to the Discord if you want to join. It's free. And on the Discord, you always get access to the Zach emotes as part of the Discord. So you can join that. But the zetamath Discord lately has been hopping with people posting all manner of 6x6 puzzles. And Isabella has been on a kick of posting 6x6 region sum lines puzzles. And last episode, we did a 6x6 Isabella puzzle that was an entropic lines puzzle with a few crocky that worked out just gorgeously. So we're gonna do another one this time, and this time it's region sum lines. There are many region sum line 6x6s by Isabella over there, but many people post these things. So if you want to see a bunch of people posting bite-sized puzzles, that has become a theme there, which I really enjoy. And then, as always, I have to try not to do them, because if I do them, then I can't stream them, the usual. Okay, so how do equal sum lines work? What they tell you is that you have an equal sum on each line through each region. So I think the easiest way to do that, to illustrate this, is just coloring. This is how I always do it. This line passes through 3 regions. In each region, the sum is the same. So the yellow digits have the same sum as the green digits, have the same sum as the purple digits. I will leave as an exercise to the reader deciding what that sum is. Okay. Now, I immediately need to use the secret, though. And so in 6x6, the secret is 21. the sum of the digits 1 through 6 is 21. And the reason why I'm noting that is that I know that these digits sum to a multiple of 3. And 21 is also a multiple of 3, which means that this digit has to itself be a multiple of 3. Because otherwise the total here would not work, because I know the sum of this is 3 times this digit. The sum of this whole line is 3 times whatever this digit is. So this digit is either a 5 if this is a 6, or it's a 6 if that's a 3. So this is always a 5 or a 6. And I need to keep track of the fact that I still need to be making 11. So the fact that I need to be able to make 11, just let me remind myself, sorry, not 11. What am I talking about? I still need to be able to make 7. And so if this were 3 and 6, I would have to make it as 2, 5. Otherwise, this is 6 and 5, in which case I make it as 3, 4. Okay, so what you're telling me is one of these is always a 6. And so that means I can't put a 1 over here. And I certainly can't put a 1 here, because this is a sum of 2 digits. And so our first digit in this puzzle is actually a 1. We get to bring in Zach for the abbreviated 1 dance. Woohoo! 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 Zach does shorter dances for 6x6s now. So this is again 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, but I know the parity, actually. I know the parity of this digit because I know this has an even total because it's 2 times whatever that sum is. So that's even, plus 1 is odd. So this digit needs to be even. So it is 3, so it is 4 or 6. Oh, and there's a 6 in the box already, so it is in fact a 4, if I pay attention to my own pencil marks. So this needs to these two need to sum to 4. The only way to do that is 1 and 3, and thanks to this 1, we actually know the order. It is 1 and 3 in that order. And now one of these is broken, because one of these put a 3, 4 over here. Let's just remember what this is. So this is 2, 5. Let's just do it that way. I need to make these sum to 7, because 7 is 21 over 3, and it's not 1, 6, or 3, 4, so this has to be 2, 5, which makes that a 6 and a 3. So these digits are from 2, 4, 5, for whatever that is worth. These digits, okay, so now these now sum to, what is it? It is 8, right? Because these each sum to 8 separately. And these each sum to 6 separately. And these each sum to 7 separately. Okay, that makes sense. These two digits aren't 1, so they sum to a minimum of 2, 3, which is 5. So this digit could only be a 5 or a 6. Let's see. So the 1 in this box, actually, the 1 in this box can't be here and can't be here and can't be there or there. So the 1 in this box is definitely over here. So the 1 in this box is down here. I know there's a 6 over here. Actually, the 6 in this column is interesting, because the 6 in this column can only go in one of these two cells. I can't put a 6 on a region sum line that would then, of necessity, sum to less than 6. That would not work. So there's definitely a 6 here. And now there's no 1 on this line, so there has to be a 2 on it. Because if there's not a 2, then it's at least 3 and 4, which would be 7. So there's definitely a 2 here, which rules 2 out of both of these. So those are not 2. So that is handy. So now these digits can't sum to 3, which I guess they couldn't before anyway. So this is at least a 4. So this is 4, 5, or 6 as well, of that. So that's actually a triple, which places the 6. because this is a 4, 5, 6, but we've already said this cell can't be a 6. So this is a 4, 5 pair. That's a 6. That's not a 6. There's a 2 on this line, so that means it's 2, 4. Which means that's a 5, and that's a 5, and that's a 4. Which means this is a 1, 3, and has to go in that order. This digit is given. It's a 3. This is a 2 and a 5. Thank you, Sven. That's a 4. These are a 6 and a 2. I don't think that's resolved yet. This digit here is odd. So it's 1 or 5. Oh, it's not 1 either. So this is a 5. So that's a 4 and a 2. So these digits, remember, sum to 8. So that's a 3. And this is a 2, 6 pair, if I fill it in correctly. So now these sum to 6, but don't involve a 2. So they're a 1, 5, and they have to go in that order, which places the 1 over here and the 2 over here. And the 6 and the 2 up there. There's suddenly a lot of retracted messages in chat. I apologize if I was not looking at chat very much through this. That's a 4, and these need to sum to 7, so that's a 3. These need to be 2, 4, and we know the order. I'm guessing this white dot is what sorted that all out. I need a 1 in this box and a 6 in this box, so they go over there. I need a 5 in the row and a 6 in the box. Woohoo! That was very cute. I liked that a lot. I could probably do another of these before we end stream. Yeah, this is a very nice puzzle. Do you have a recommendation for a second one? I know you said one. You recommended one if I wanted to do a hard one, but what if I didn't want to do a super hard one? Is there a recommendation, Isabella, for which one I should do next? That they seem to all be named after gemstones of some sort. Minerals. Alrighty, I will be back with one more. Alrighty, let's have a look at Lazulite. Poor Tristan, every time I stream, reminds me afterwards that I'm supposed to not start talking as soon as I come back, because it makes his life easier, and then I forget every single time. So, literally once today I remembered. So, sorry, honey. Alrighty, let's have a look at this one. So we've got this giant sus line. Let's start with filling in that I know this is at least 3 and this is at least 3. Let's see. Okay, this is a single digit, but right, this is a 6, right? Because these 3 digits sum to that digit. I did not see this somehow, so that's a 6. Go on, Zach, shake it. Woohoo! Wahahaha. Thank you, Zach. Thank you always. I meant to actually put the 6 in. So these are 1, 2, 3. These are 4, 5, 6. That one's not 6. So we've got that. So that's not a 6. So I think Zach might have erased it. It's possible. Yes. Where is 6 in column 2 is a good question from Martin. It can't go on this line that sums to 6 anywhere, so the 6 goes there. So one of these two is a 6. Sorry, one of these two is a 6 in the corner. So all of these pairs, they're all either 1, 2, or, sorry, they're either 1, 5 or 2, 4. In particular, they're not 3, and so the 3 in the column has to go there. So that's not a 3 anymore. And now this is 4, 5, or 6. So this certainly is not 1 or 2 anymore. This is 4 or 5. There's always a 5 on here. So that's not a 5. This is now only 1 or 2 because of that. That is a 1, 2, 4, 5 triple for the row, or sorry, quad for the row. So I need a 3 in the row. The 3 in the row has to go there. And so the 6 in the row goes there. That's not a 3, so one of these is a 3. Oh, these are also 1, 2, 4, 5. So now the 6 in the row can't go here, so the 6 in the row goes there. And that's a 3. That's not a 3 anymore. In fact, there's definitely a 3 on this line, just by Sudoku. That being a 4, 5 actually makes this also a 4, 5, because that's the only digit that this could be that's consecutive with it. Means that's not 4, 5. That's not 4, 5. That's 1 or 2. Let's see. Let's see, we've got a 4... Oh, no, we don't have a 4, 5 pair. Let's see. So this column is missing 1, 2, and 3. The 3 has to go there, which makes this a 1 or a 2, which makes that a 1, 2 pair. So this is not a 1 or a 2. This is a 4, 5. That's 4, 5. This is not summing to 6 anymore. This is only summing to 4, 5. Got it. So that's a 4, 5 pair. So that's a 6. It's not a 6. That's not a 4, 5 anymore. It's a 1 or a 2. This is a 1, 2, or 3, actually. I know this is 1, 2, or a 3, because it adds to 4, 5. Oh, sorry, no, it could be 4. Could be 4. Let's see. But this can't be 5, because it would make that 4, which would break the column. So this is not 5. So where does the 5 go in the box? The 5 in the box goes there, which makes that a 4. Which makes this a 1, 3. If that's a 1, 3... Uh-oh, did I screw something up? I don't think so. Okay, so that's a 2. And this needs to add to 6, so that's a 4. So that's a 5 and a 1. So these are a 2, 4, so that's a 5 and a 1. That's a 4 and a 2. That's a 5. That's a 2. That's a 4. That's a 2, just by placing stuff. So that's a 4 and a 2. 4 is not next to 1, so that's a 3 and a 1. It's a 3. That's a 1. That's a 4 and a 5. That's a 1. It's a 6. That's a 1. And that's a 5. Oh, and that is a 2. Thank you, Franco. Have a good night, or good time, wherever you're going. I also should head off about here. So that was a very fun stream. I enjoyed all of these puzzles a great deal. Really hard to even pick a favorite from today. There were so many cool puzzles in there. But thank you to everyone for hanging out with me today. I'll stream again on Wednesday, so I'd encourage you to come back for that. Thank you to all of you who support the stream. If you enjoy the stream and show up regularly and you haven't yet, please consider supporting. We appreciate it. We're happy for you to hang out here if you don't, but if you do want to, then we really appreciate it if you get $5 a month worth of enjoyment out of the stream. Daniel asks if Wednesday is going to be the next tutorial. I think Wednesday I'm going to do the Renban tutorial, but I reserve the right to put it off another week if school is busy this week. Thank you to all of you who do support the channel, especially thank you to our super supporters. Those are the Turbines, David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you very much. I'm going to wrap up there for today. So I will see you all very soon. Have a great morning, evening, whatever time it might be where you are. Bye for now.